Transportation and Telecommunication is now hereby called to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator Graff, present. Senator Janelle K. Soro. Senator Soro, absent. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Violet, absent.
Mr. Clerk, please mark Senator Violet tardy. He was bumped off the flight, so he'll be here. He'll be leaving at 9:40, so mark him as tardy.
Okay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, absent. Absent. Sir, we have two present, two absent, one tardy.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, sir. We have two correspondents.
Please proceed.
July 25th, 2022. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Senator Marvin A. Blyden, unfortunately, due to a scheduling conflict, I will be tardy to tomorrow's hearing for the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. I do apologize for any inconvenience, and I shall join at the earliest possible time. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Legislative Secretary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, please mark Senator Whitaker as tardy. Any other correspondence?
Yes, we have one more.
Okay.
Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, USVI 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, please excuse my absence from the start of today's July 26, 2022 Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication hearing as I had a prior engagement. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I may be excused until my arrival. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislator of the Virgin Islands.
Mark Senator Carrion as excused, and Mark Senator Saru, I received correspondence from her as tardy. She's in transition to the legislature. Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Good morning again to my colleagues, staff, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Welcome to another hearing of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. But before I begin today, I would like to introduce one of my summer interns, Ms. Shadea Ludwig. She is the 15-year-old student attending the Ivana Idoaken High School. She wants to become a cosmetologist, and currently she has been assisting in my office with administrative duties and tasks, and she's a quick learner, and I see great things for her in the future. I want to thank you so much for your assistance and for interning with my office, and look forward for great things for you. Please put a comment on this young lady. Welcome and thank you so much, okay? Also, before I continue, Senator DeGraff, since I'm at that point, I'll let you take your point of personal privilege to introduce your students.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Thank you for the point of personal privilege. As usual, I ask Mr. Chair for on the spontaneous note of asking to announce and for the people to get to meet my summer intern, some of them, and he graciously abide. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to have my summer interns come forward. You could come to the front, up there in the front by Mr. Chair. You know, they're a little nervous, you know. They have all the talk off camera, and then now they're in front of the camera. Yeah, go right down, Now this, yeah, right there is good. This is 5 of the 11 that I have. 10 being on St. Thomas total and 1 on St. Croix. So I'm going to go and visit the one on St. Croix and make it on the far left. I have Mr. Latrey Powell. Mr. Powell, you got to step forward and let them know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, that's, happy to have you. Miss Abigail Jaboin, if I pronounce that right. You could ease on your mask so they could make sure they see your face. And I ain't trying to, yes, definitely in history, they're going to look back and see. Miss Zene Richardson. Yes, not shy at all. Mr. Javante Francis. Yes, thank you. And Mr. Gabriel Simon. Mr. Gabriel Simon worked behind the scenes. His father worked here. These are my summer interns who worked here in the legislature with me, and I'm very happy to have them. And thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. You know, they were a little scary, but you guys were excellent. So thank you for having you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Welcome, guys. And while we're at 8, I will also introduce some of my other interns. We have Ms. Elderly Watley from the island of St. Croix. She worked at Vision Center on the Big Island. Amoya Abraham works at the West End and Cruiseway with the Hotel Association. Anija Mills works for Spenceley Office Equipment. And Jahim Litang again works with Lindbergh Way Hotel. So we try to work with our young people, you know, in terms of internship, to basically give them an understanding of exactly what it's like and that experience, because it's always important. The month of July is always a host to some of the most important events in our annual calendar and can be truly celebrated as Freedom Month in a territory. For the 3 following events are of world significance in celebrating mankind's continued struggle against tyranny and oppression. July the 3rd, July the 4th, and of course, July the 14th, Bastille Day. The month of July hosts another occasion that I would like to make special mention of today. I think it's very important. Today marks the 32nd anniversary of the enactment of the Federal Americans with Disability Act of 1990. It seemed like yesterday, Senator, but it's been some time. And this legislation, which provides comprehensive civil rights protections for all persons with disabilities, to continue to be one of the most important pillars upholding human rights and dignity in American society. The areas that this committee oversees, of course, is housing, transportation, and telecommunications, and they all play an integral role in ensuring equal access for all Americans. And I'm proud to work closely with the ADA coordinator, Mr. Julian Henley, and his office, and to be the primary sponsor of Bill number 34-0265, which creates a Disability Integration Office in VITEMA to ensure that the needs of persons with disabilities are addressed in the planning and execution of disaster response, recovery, and mitigation. I would also like to welcome our new at-large Senator, the Honorable Angel Bolquez Jr., as he's saying well, and as he attended his first committee meeting. Senator Bolquez, thanks for being here, and we welcome you and we appreciate having you here today. I hope you find this hearing to be very informative and engaging as you move forward on your journey. This morning we have convened to take testimony about 2 extremely important topics that have a direct impact on the daily lives of our people here in the territory: affordable housing and telecommunications. In the aftermath of the state of emergency and with the expiration of the eviction moratorium, we will be receiving an update from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on the status of the EVA program, and it begins to move toward completion. We will also hear from the authority in regards to the status of the first-time home buyers program. And the program, which I speaks to, is about individuals in the territory who do not have access to the down payment when it comes to buying home in the territory. I mean, many folks have left the Virgin Islands because they can't afford to get a home and go elsewhere and get a home within a month, 2 months. You know, and that program was created to assist our people here so they can have a fair chance of being a homeowner. So I look forward to having the dialogue and the feedback when it comes to that program. Also, we're going to be speaking about exactly how we can move forward with that program, what are the responsibilities, what the hiccups, etc., and what enforcement is being carried out in terms of housing standards in the territory. This afternoon we will be hearing from the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, viNGN, on a broadband strategic initiative, which will be utilizing some $65 million in federal funds. We have a lot of federal funds coming through our territory, and it's critical that we do an update, know exactly what's going on with those funds, and assure that we spend every dime moving forward. And I look forward to having those conversations also this afternoon, which will also deal with internet connectivity and other issues when it comes to viNGN. We're going to be talking about the speed, the price, and everything that has to do with that space. So I look forward to those discussions this afternoon. So I want to thank everyone for being here. And Director Clendinen, if you can introduce yourself, because we have a recorder virtually. So please, when you speak and you answer questions, state your name for the record. So introduce yourself and your supporting team there with you.
Good morning. I am Dayna Clendinen. Good morning. I am Dayna Clendinen, Interim Executive Director and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Morning. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Darren Richardson, the Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Morning, Ms. Richardson.
Good morning. I'm Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance.
Good morning. That's it for the team? Okay, very well. You may proceed with your testimony, Director Clendinen.
Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Dayna Clendinen, and I serve as the Interim Executive Director and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Ms. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer. At your request, we are here to provide an update on two critical programs within our portfolio, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, also known as ERAP, and our First-Time Homebuyer Program, managed under the auspices of our homeownership team. Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The territory initially received $21.3 million during the first round of ERAP 1 allocations in March 2021 and has paid out nearly $4 million in direct and indirect assistance to more than 479 households territory-wide. Senators, with the widespread financial strain brought by the global pandemic, these funds offered critical assistance to those burdened with outstanding rental and utility obligations. A robust outreach effort was launched to ensure the community was aware of the program. In addition to advertising on our website, we deployed social media ads, weekly ads in print and electronic media, static and digital billboards, and radio and television ads. The community responded, but at its inception, the program was plagued with challenges, including the restrictions imposed by Treasury, a lack of staff needed to process applications, and incomplete data provided by applicants. This hampered our success in getting payments out timely. Our residents were frustrated, and frankly, so were we. The last time we appeared before this body, we told you it was time for us to take a different approach to tackle this program, seeking to fast-track application processing using efficient, advanced technology The authority issued a request for proposals in February and received 9 proposals by the March deadline. A 1-year contract was awarded to Plexus Group LLC, which presented a diverse portfolio related to disaster recovery and extensive experience in providing effective case management solutions. With the onboarding of this firm, outreach has been increased, cases are being closed, and the backlog that was stagnant for so long is finally being reduced. Looking at the numbers, 479 cases have been paid to date, thanks to the hard work of our VIHFA team and, of course, our contractor, Plexus. Today, active cases total 426. And of that amount, 31 checks will be processed this week, while 291 are diligently being worked on by the case management team. The remaining 104 are currently waiting to be reviewed. The 104 number also includes 63 new applicants. For those waiting on their check, our goal is to have an additional 266 cases closed with a request for payment submitted by Friday, August 5th. And there is more to come. As we anticipate the complete reduction of our backlog by early August, we want the public to be aware of our most updated application offered on our ERAP site, which now includes assistance for outstanding internet and cooking gas bills. Understanding that many of our applicants were hampered by challenges with providing documentation, the streamlined application also offers more alternatives to what we can provide, effectively increasing the opportunity for more to apply. Applicants can also track the status of their application on the updated ERAP portal by following the erap@vihfa.gov link, selecting the option to apply online, and completing the tenant application. We also anticipate the acceleration of outreach efforts with pop-up events around the territory, and we encourage the public to stay tuned for more details. In the meantime, please know that the best number to call with questions or for assistance is now 340-200-0007, which will take you directly to Plexus's call center representative. As we move forward, it is important to note that Treasury recently announced the reallocation of $16 million in local ERAP 1 funding, which will be added to the $1 billion pool of reallocated funds from 38 grantees, including states, territories, and tribal lands. Treasury is required to reallocate money from grantees with excess funds, and like the USVI, a smaller population with a smaller demand, and has already conducted 1 round of reallocations in fall of 2021, which did not include any money given to the USVI. So far, in the second round, an additional $1 billion in ERAP 1 funding has been collected and redistributed nationally, while a third round is expected in January of 2023. Please be assured that individuals who applied under ERAP 1 will not be impacted. Payment will still be made to them. It is also important to note that unlike some states, this reallocation of funds does not signal an end to the ERAP program within the territory. We also have $14.9 million in ERAP 2 funding with a spending deadline of 2026 and more flexibility in terms of what type of financial needs can be covered as Treasury has continued to reassess its restrictions and requirements. With this, we at VIHFA can offer even more assistance to our residents in need and are steadfastly committed to doing so. The First-Time Homebuyer Program. The last time we appeared before this body, we also committed to promoting in earnest our First-Time Homebuyer Program, which has been bolstered by $4 million appropriated by this body in 2021 from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. This initiative provides mortgage assistance for moderate income first-time home buyers to purchase a single-family house, including but not limited to a prefabricated home or manufactured house, or any other housing structure that meets the current building code. With the $4 million as appropriated, secondary financing up to $250,000 can be obtained through VIHFA, providing applicants are qualified through a local lender such as a bank. The authority's eligibility criteria include, but are not limited to, the determination of first-time home buyer status. The client must not have a legal interest in real estate within the last 3 years. Marital status. If married, both individuals must be on the application for home ownership. Residency status. The applicant must be a resident of the U.S. Virgin Islands for the last 3 consecutive years as evidenced by tax filing within the VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. Household income eligibility. Minimum and maximum household income requirements for all working occupants, no matter how many are living in the household, are considered. For moderate income wage earners, the income requirements are, as of June 2022, are as follows. The minimum household income for St. Croix, $53,101, St. John, $79,301, St. Thomas, $58,401. The maximum household income, St. Croix, $216,300, St. John, $260,750, St. Thomas, $242,900. A minimum credit score of 620 is also required. Individuals who qualify for a rural development loan or a veteran administration loan are not eligible for programs administered through Homestead and Home Loan Fund. Through the program, VIHFA also provides funding for residents to construct, improve, alter, repair, or rehabilitate a single-family home, including cisterns, foundation slabs, or retaining walls, including block and or wire fencing. Maximum loan amount is $40,000 at a low fixed loan rate with a term of 10 years. And acquired land to build a single-family home, maximum loan amount of $50,000, fixed rate loan with a term of 10 years. Getting the word out about these offerings is crucial. We have launched an aggressive campaign using our virtual Home Housing Month Expo at the end of June, viewed by more than 3,000 residents over 2 days, as the platform for kicking off discussions with the public. Attendees had the opportunity to ask questions directly, and based on those interactions, our homeownership division has continued to reach out to the local lenders to inform them of the program. We began our display advertising soon after, so starting in July and running through August with weekly promotions across all local media platforms, including the Daily News, the VI Source, the VI Consortium, with continued radio outreach such as Isle 95, The Reef, and WSTX stations, along with regular ads on our own social media pages. Unlocking the keys to home ownership. That was our founding mission, and through this program, VIHFA looks forward to making the opportunity possible for those who qualify within our community. We are making strides, and it is heartwarming to see. And now, and not just for me, but for our entire team. Just 6 months ago, the picture was quite different, and I sincerely thank the staff at VIHFA for helping us turn the corner on many programs and initiatives. That is not saying we don't have more work to do. We always do. But we are truly now seeing what we've mentioned before, the beginning of us intentionally driving efforts into tangible outcomes for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My staff and I are available to answer questions you may have. We look forward to sharing more during our budget testimony, which is scheduled for August 10th, 2022.
Director, good morning again. I honestly, based on what I asked in respect to your testimony. I expected more meat. The budget is basically about the numbers, but there's an update of all the programs, initiatives, etc. that's going on in your shop. Before I go to our first line of questioning, let me just ask you a few questions about the first-time home buyers program, more in-depth questions. Because I know we all agree and understand that we have a housing crisis in the territory. We all agree and understand that. And with that being said, your agency has a great role and a huge responsibility when it comes to execution and carrying out many programs that you have under your portfolio. So let me ask, in respect to the first-time homebuyer program, first of all, what are the required documents to be submitted along with the application, since we have folks listening, etc.?
Sure, and Mr. Richardson will respond to that, but I do want to apologize that the testimony is not to your satisfaction, as we addressed it based on the correspondence we've received about the two programs. Mr. Richardson, can you respond?
Good morning, Darren Richardson.
Mike, 1 second.
Good morning, Darren Richardson. The required documentation beside the application, they also have to submit the work history. They have to do their tax information, and they actually have to go through the credit check as well. So that produces a lot of information that they do have to provide.
I need some clarification on work history, because I know an individual who just applied was in a program up to weeks ago, and they were told that they have to be at the same exact job for 2 years, even though they have a work history of never even been a day without a job. Why is that a fact, or is it just a work history like you just stated? Because on the application it does not say 2 years at the same exact job. It needs to match.
Yeah, no, Senator, it doesn't say it on the application, but there are some underwriting criteria, and I could get that to you. I could get that information to you. So they're basically similar to what they do at the banks. We do have underwriting criteria.
Well, I need to see it, because if we need to adjust the law, we do. Because, for instance, if I'm working, say at the Housing Authority for 4 years, then I transfer to the local government or elsewhere. I didn't stay a day without working, but I've been working all my life. How can that disqualify me from being at a job for 2 years? You see what I'm saying? So we have to really clarify in terms of, I just say work history and working at one place for 2 years straight. That's crazy to me. That don't make no sense. It really doesn't.
Understand your point, Senator.
Especially with these millennials, they don't stay in one job. They have offers all the time, and they move accordingly.
And I think that's taken into consideration, but along with work history is also the salary as well. So all of that plays into point. But I can get you the information for the underwriting criteria and get that to your office.
Very well, because we might have to do some adjusting. Also, what's the average turnaround time when it comes to the applicants and the applications?
It's dependent. If they're coming straight to the authority, our intent is to turn that around within 30 to 45 days. If they also have to go through a bank, financial institution, we also have to get communication of approval from that bank as well. So we're working through some of those as far as how fast that's transmitted to us. But when you're working with outside institutions, it adds the time to that.
Do you believe you have any redundancy within our process?
I do think we do have some redundancy, and we've spoken to the lenders about the timeliness of information, because some of those document and information is only viable for sometimes 60 to 90 days. So if it's been submitted to the bank prior or more than the 90-day window, we would actually have to get new documentation. So if we could utilize that, what is on the banks or a lending institution, we should be able to minimize some of the requirements that we have as well.
So are you looking at any ways of improving this process? Because as you know, realtors, et cetera, don't wait, especially if I'm looking for a home, I find something affordable, et cetera, and I'm going through your program. How can we actually connect the dots and see how we can all be on the same page? Because I think folks also are losing opportunities when it comes to the time frame, that amount of time it takes. So what can be done to actually streamline processes? Are you communicating in that respect to the different agencies that you partner with, et cetera? How is that working for you?
I think one of the key areas is in looking at dealing with realtors is to get the home under contract. And it's some of the requirements to get some of these properties under contract. It may be as low as $1,000 to get it under contract, and then the process works as a timeline. But I think what's happening is you may have properties out there, and I'm not sure of the legal requirements, but maybe in excess of $1,000 that maybe an applicant or who are trying to get the home don't have access to. But without approval, we just can't say, hey, here's $10,000, here's $5,000 to get the home under contract. So it may be something that we have to sit down and discuss. But I think it's the key to getting a home off the market is placing it under contract. And what those requirements are by the realtors and the person selling the homes, I don't know if there are any limitations on what can be accepted.
And are we informing our applicants of this information, whereas they can do that to assure that they can hold on to those different investment properties? Have we been doing that?
Senator, I would be hopeful that we're doing it. I can't say it's happened, but I know I've been in areas where I've sat with staff and I've spoken to people. My staff have spoken to people about, hey, you may need to get that property under contract. And I think it's another education piece. And I think what we'll do, and I think it's in our home buyers education class, but if it's not, I'll make sure we emphasize that as well.
Please do. I think it's important and critical that we do everything possible to assure that individuals have the opportunity, to get that home, because there's a lot of different moving parts, and the more we can assist in whatever way we can, it should be done. And finally, before I go to Senator DeGraff, Director Clendinen, you spoke to the $60 million that was returned. And it really bothers me because I know at the same time many folks are facing eviction, etc. And the programs also have funds that you said you're starting to do now to put folks in hotels and do other things in terms of the security deposit and on and on and on. In terms of capacity, I know you just brought on the company to assist, but in terms of capacity with your staff, do you have the capacity, or are you still needing critical vacancies to be filled in order to really have a well-working oil machine at the authority?
Oh, absolutely, Senator. We have a really, really hardworking staff, but of course it is not enough in terms of numbers. So we are always recruiting, and I want to take this opportunity, of course, if you want to serve and help, please go to vihfa.gov. We have a number of positions that we are asking folks to apply. If you're an accountant, if you're a director of housing, a planner, so many positions, but also recognizing that because we may not get the people we need, looking towards, again, just what we did with ERAP in terms of a firm to help us manage, looking at other project management type firms to assist and fill the gap.
What was the reason for them basically taking back like $16 million? What was the reason for it? The reason? The justification?
Sure. So across the nation, Treasury did reallocate some funds where perhaps the expenditure rate was not as high, and reallocated that to some of the other states that had a higher expenditure rate. So this reallocation of the funds isn't unique to the territory. As stated in my testimony, some of the 38 states also got that reallocation, but because the expenditure rate was not as high.
What's the remaining balance that we have to utilize?
Ms. Shelford?
Yes, approximately $19 million.
Wow, almost half, $19 million. Okay, I'll let my other members drill down. I don't want to hog the mic. I would like to welcome Senator Novell Francis Jr. Welcome, Senator Francis. Morning. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. VIHFA, thank you guys for the work that you do. I support you. I know you have the ups and downs, but a couple of things I'd like to get cleared up. Director, in your testimony, you mentioned a minimum credit score of 620 is also required. Individuals who qualify for a rural development loan or a Veterans Administration loan are not eligible for programs administered through the Homestead and Home Loan Fund. Could you explain why for me under the first-time home buying program, please?
Darren Richardson. I'll address your minimum credit score first. That is the minimum credit score that we have, the standard. That's really low, so it's very attainable. The reason for the program not being available to those people receiving fund through rural development loan or Veterans Administration loan program is because the intent of this legislation, how it was crafted and what came in the legislation, spoke to moderate income individuals. Those individuals that receive rural development loan are really low income individuals. So we have available funding for them. When you match our home program, we do have funding in that program for those individuals. So that's why it was relative to moderate income individuals. So instead of utilizing this pot, they already have a pot of money that they can utilize.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure my fellow veterans, hear that coming from you and cleared it up. The Plexus Group LLC, how much are we paying them for their services?
The Plexus Group has a contract for $1 million.
$1 million. Okay, and what the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, $21.3 million first round, $4 million was paid out. That's before Plexus Group, correct?
That's as a combination with Plexus Group.
A combination with?
Correct.
Okay, 479 households territory-wide. How many were addressed before the Plexus Group?
Ms. Shuffler, do you have the number? In excess of 200? I believe in excess of 200.
Okay, so basically half. So then the 200 and plus is what your staff was addressing?
They addressed prior to Plexus coming on board, yes.
Okay, because I was just wondering if now it seemed like all of a sudden now the rates and everything are being paid out and everything being taken care of. That was done with your group, with your own staff and employees.
Right.
So we paid Plexus $1 million to bring them in. So the number 479 seems to be like the number that was lingering all the time. No, so in order to shed some light on why we bringing in Plexus, to me, we have your staff doing the great work they're doing, and what actually are we getting for that $1 million, basically?
Sure, we're getting accelerated turnout, which is what the cry and the demand has been from the onset of the program. The staff absolutely is hardworking and did a significant amount. However, it was not at the pace at which we're doing it now, and that was important to get these checks out. We did not have and do not still have the staffing to do it all by ourselves. We needed help if we were going to get these payments out timely and quickly, which was the demand from the public.
Okay, because again, you know, we had a past executive director. Now you have just come on. It was always being told of all the money going to housing finance for these different programs, and then the programs seem as if they were failures. And then, you know, when we bring in other groups and stuff, then we see things miraculously start to move. It seems confusing in terms of what I know to be the great work that housing finance can produce, but it doesn't seem to be happening out into the public on a regular. So when we get these updates and we hear these different things, it just seems like, for lack of a better word, smoke is being blown. You know, so I would like you to clear it up, because I'm saying, to me, you're here before us because it's a serious issue going on in regards to some of these federal monies and being put out into the community, and how long it's taken, and you know, every time we get to one goal, the post is moved. These are the things that being said. So you're now the new person in housing finance and the interim director. So it's, you know, it is. I want to hear something concrete going forward, because it's just like spinning our wheels for so many years. Could you just expound, and that is what I want you to have the chance to do and say here today.
Sure, Senator. Thank you. So and I'm going to just take the case of ERAP, for example. When we started with ERAP, and again, maybe 6-7 people were part of that, processing hundreds of applications. It was not being done timely. We heard the cry, the consistent complaints. We tried to recruit. We couldn't get people to apply or come on board. So nothing was happening as fast as we needed it to happen. So with the assistance of a case management firm like Plexus, who's not restricted to some of the things we are. They could work 24 hours a day. We can't. They could work on weekends. We don't. So it's just when you bring in like a case management firm, there's a lot more flexibility to get the work done. And it helps the staff, because many of this, the folks running the ERAP program were also doing other programs, regular CDBG, just their normal day-to-day, while still trying to hustle out these payments. So yes, and I think it goes across the board for some of our other programs, looking into other project management type firms to assist, because we do not have the bodies internally to make it happen as expeditiously as possible.
Okay, and some of these functions that Plexus and those groups have, people staying at home on the phone, talking, getting things done over the phone. Can we do contracts out to people here to do that and accomplish some of these issues, rather than try and hire them through, I guess, through the government system, you know, like that?
With Plexus, we do require that they have call centers, so I'm not sure about folks working at home. To contract individuals to do the work, that would still require them to have 1099s, to have business license. It becomes complicated rather than having just one firm. But again, if you want to serve, we have a number of positions on our website, and please apply.
Okay, and finally, I was hearing Michelle Ford speak of $19 million left.
Yeah.
When we hear $19 million left, And again, we're not seeing a lot of things happen. What are we looking to do different?
One
Now,
of the
with the
things-
new director or instructions given to you, Michelle Ford, or the whole staff as a whole, it's actually for the director, but again, I want to hear in line of you saying $19 million left. How are we going to utilize this $19 million and get something different done? Because we've been seeing things for years. Now going forward, what's going to be different?
So with what's going to be different is expeditious payments. That's what's happening. Whereas before, like we gave ourselves that goal of 266 cases closed within another 2 weeks. That's unprecedented for us. So you're going to see expeditious payment. You're going to see new outreach opportunities where we are going to ask those folks, maybe you applied and didn't see the whole application through. Now is an opportunity for you to come back and apply. We are making the payments quickly. So again, with the help of that firm, expeditious payments to the people that need it the most, you will see and continue to see because we're seeing it now.
Okay, thank you. My time being called. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Kurt Viale, member. Thank you, Senator, for making it over, and Senator Novell Francis Jr. I recognize Novell Francis Jr. already. Senator Whitaker, Genevieve Whitaker, thank you so much, my co-chair. Thank you for being here. Before I go to Senator Bolquez, Director Clendinen, in respect to the $16 million that were lost, when were you guys when was the agency notified?
In June.
Excuse me?
I believe June 2022.
June 2022. The reason why I asked is because I know earlier during one of our hearings, I questioned about that, and it was stated on the record that we are not in the same category as those in the United States. We were different. We would not lose the funding. That was said on the record. My question is, the $90 million that's left, what's the end date in terms of those funds? When do those funds need to be spent by?
December 2026.
State your name for the record and speak into the...
Sorry. Valerie Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, in December 2026.
December 2026?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Senator Bolquez, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Greetings and salutations, everyone.
Morning.
I just wanted a quick point of information. We heard 19 million was left over in ERAP. Is that what I heard? The total was 21.3?
No.
Okay.
Let me give it.
Could you clarify that for me? Because I'm getting 17.3 left over here, based on what's in the testimony.
At this 35.8
Please speak into the mic. Ms. Jennifer, please speak into the mic.
initially. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
I'm seeing in the testimony in the ERAP rental assistance program, there's 21.3 million, of which 4 million was paid out. And I'm hearing that there's 19 million left. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, we have an additional 14.8 million in ERAP too, so it's a combination.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be on the same page. As we get into this dialogue concerning the state of housing here in the Virgin Islands, it's very important that the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is able to provide the people of the Virgin Islands with the services that they are required through this ERAP program. And I'm very concerned about a number of things, of which I'd like to ask the panel of testifiers. You mentioned that directly or indirectly, you've assisted 479 homes in the territory. And I'm interested to find out how many of those households, since the program existed, have already received their checks, and what also is the total number of applicants territory-wide since the inception of the program?
The 479 is the number of households addressed. So they would have received the checks. For the life of the program, I believe we're up to some 900, 800
Over 890
applicants.
applicants.
It's the inception of the program. Okay. Okay. Has the transition turning over to Plexus, how has that been going? Have all of the active applicants from VIHFA been transferred over to Plexus?
There may be a couple that we consider them legacy files that the staff is perhaps finalizing, but the transition, for the most part, has been amicable.
Okay. And how exactly do applicants check their status outside of a phone call? I know that that's similarly the only way that they seem to be able to contact that 007 number. Mm-hmm. Is there any other way for tenants to contact to find out what the status is of their application? Because I know it's a vexing issue being caught up on a phone line.
Well, one of the services Plexus provided was an online software system. So that was also helpful because we know we live in this electronic age. If you go to erap@vihfa.gov, you should be able to follow the prompts to check on the status of the application.
Okay. I have another question concerning the the first-time home buyers program. One of the eligibility options here on the application is stating that the client must not have a legal interest in real estate within the last 3 years. As a younger person who's been trying to buy a home for the last 3 years, I think that that's very difficult for younger people to digest because it's very difficult to find property here in the Virgin Islands as is, and I really believe that we should try to see what we can do. I know the law probably speaks on it that way, but I believe that we should try to make provisions for individuals, whether it's 3 years or 1 year, to be able to have access to buy a home.
Senator Darren Richardson, just a clarification on your statement is saying that they should be able to have interest in another property and still purchase land. Is that your?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I need just clarification so I can answer your question. Yeah.
One can have an interest in purchasing a piece of property by going through the process, right?
Okay.
But not be successful. So my question derives from that statement. As a young person looking for a piece of property, I'm not always successful, but I would have the legal interest. But by doing so, I would not be eligible for this program. Is that correct?
No, I think we're caught up on the word interest. Our position is that you can't have a legal interest like own property and still come to us to purchase another piece of property. The interest that you're speaking about is that you're interested in owning property. So no, that's not the interest that we're talking about in the testimony.
Okay, just to be clear. Okay. As you know, ERAP has also been allocated to help individuals with utilities such as electricity. Are you working with WAPA, the Water and Power Authority, to make sure that this is happening for the tenants?
Yeah. Yes, we are working with WAPA, and so far, WAPA payments processed to date has been over $67,000. Some of it in terms of, depending on the month, so how much month the client owes, they might not get to be fully up to date based on the program requirements, which is a period of 18 months. So if for March 2020 you owed and we could pay up to 18 months in back payments for that person, which they might owe for 2 years, for 24 months. So we could only pay based on the program requirements, which is Treasury requirements, 18 months. And we have served to date 40 residents. And the average assistance is like $1,676. So we are working with the tenants and on the WAPA payments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Wilquist. And I think that's one area I see you guys are moving forward. I'm happy because I know from the time you started, I actually went forth and actually put a meeting together with WAPA and the agency in order to utilize those funds because, as I stated, and I always state, when it comes to federal funds, we need to do everything in our power to utilize every penny. Be creative, do what have to be done. It don't matter what it is, but legally, but make sure we get it done. So I want to thank you for that. But let me ask before I go to Senator Francis. Before I go to Senator Francis, welcome Senator Saru for being here. I know you spoke, the last senator spoke to the balance of 17 million, but you stated that you received 40 million more. So I know we have EVAP 1 and EVAP tranche 1 and tranche 2. So of that $19 million of that $16 million was returned, was that all tranche 1 funding, or were there any
Yes,
tranche 2 involved? So all tranche 1 funding
Yes.
only that was returned?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you have assisted with utility for the residents thus far. How are we advertising and letting folks know? Because I know there's still folks out there with issues. How are we letting folks know what's available? Because, like I said, we need to utilize. It's a lot of money, and people need assistance. There should be no one in the territory who owes WAPA because of COVID, etc., because there's funds there for them. How are we letting them know that there's funds available? Please come in and get it. I know I've brought you guys on my show several times within the last 18 months to spread the good news and let folks know what's available so we could utilize these funds. What are you doing at this time to assure and remind folks of these funds that's readily available for them?
So, as stated in the testimony as well, we do print ads, we do billboard ads, we do radio, social media, take every opportunity to advertise this program. What you're going to be seeing as well in August is a more robust campaign, and this is necessary. Again, we want the people to come in. We felt it necessary for the case management firm to, of course, take care of those folks first we had in the backlog while still inviting people to be a part of the program. So we're still doing a lot of advertising.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands as well. Good morning to Interim Executive Director Clendinen and her staff. I want to first welcome Attorney Senator Wilquist, Senator Wilquist Jr.
Senator Francis. Senator Francis. Senator Francis.
Welcome, sir. My office as well as myself to assist and support you as you acclimate to your new role. So, Director Clendinen, I'm hearing that we're getting ready to ramp up and do a rollout in August. Despite this program being around for quite some time. When was the contract executed with Plexus Group LLC?
May. I believe late May. Late May.
That's May of this year?
Yeah, May 2022, early June of 2022.
Okay, and what is the deliverables? What is expected of them by this contract?
Some of the deliverables are to clear the backlog we talked about with those 400 plus applicants, to provide online system software so that application can be easily tracked, and also to have a call center so that individuals can walk in. They are open on Saturday as well, or call in, and also assist with the advertising. Those are some of the deliverables.
Okay. Were there RFP that was put out, or
Correct.
there were other groups being considered for this?
Yes, Senator, an RFP was put out, and I believe 9 or so firms responded.
Did you hear my question, ma'am?
No, Senator.
Okay, I was asking whether or not Plexus is it a local group or this is an entity outside of the Virgin Islands?
The Plexus Group does have some roots here in the territory.
And have been here prior to this initial contract? How long have they been in the territory?
I don't have the exact date, but yes, they've been in the territory prior to this initial contract.
Very well. We won't belabor that. In respect to the $4 million that have been paid out thus far, how much of that has been to the beneficiaries? Has any of this been to for administrative costs in any way, shape, or form?
There is administrative costs wrapped up into that $4 million, right?
Are you aware of the amount?
It's, excuse me, 615,000.
Okay, very well. And what is the expectation in terms of closely monitoring this interim director, Clendinen? Is there a monthly audit report that's sent to you, semi-annually? You know, how are you quarterly? How are you assessing the effectiveness of this contract?
We have, the team has weekly or biweekly meetings with the Plexus Group. They do submit reports as well that the staff on, our staff will do some fact checking on it.
Okay, and is check being cut by Department of Finance or Plexus Group will be administering the disbursements of checks?
That is still the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, so we cut the checks.
Very well. Good show. And moving on to the first-time home buyers program. And let me say that when we look at homelessness, there is no face to homelessness. We have individuals that appear to work every single day and go home to tents, go home to park cars and those things. So there's no real face to homelessness. A lot of us are really a paycheck away from being homeless. I'm approached many times in regards to the situation about homelessness or individuals that continue to be challenged by that. In respect to the space of accountability, I believe that it's essential that we remove all barriers, not to continue what's happening with our banks in terms of this administration of this first-time home buyers program. So I wanted to ask you, who is ultimately responsible for administering the first-time home buyers program?
The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority under our home ownership division led by Mr. Darren Richardson.
Okay, is there any discussion about subletting or looking for some other entity to assist in this endeavor, taking over this responsibility?
Not at the moment.
Okay, and in regards to the income that you have mentioned that is necessary for individuals to qualify for the first-time home buyers program, is that the base pay of these individuals outside of overtime or any other ancillary salary payments?
Senator, good morning, Darren Richardson. That's including the total household income. So this is for, as we said, the first-time home buyer program. We have the minimum income because of it being for moderate income. So it's not, that's the lowest income that we serve in the authority, but under this program, it would be the minimum criteria to participate in a moderate income program, since this was described as a moderate income program. And as you can see, there's maximum household incomes as well.
Very well, but I think the targeted group in this particular program is the middle-income individuals. We talk about police officers, nurses, teachers, and there are opportunities for them to earn overtime. So my question is whether or not overtime is considered in this formula or just base pay?
Overtime is
clarity
considered,
needed.
Senator.
I'm sorry?
Overtime is considered, Senator.
Very well. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that we're putting out accurate information to those that may benefit from it. Mr. Chair, was my time called?
Time.
No, it wasn't, but you can wrap up. It was just called.
All right, no problem. Again, Interim Director Clendinen, the ERAP program and the first-time homebuyers program, is this something that you're carefully keeping under your watchful eyes to make sure that is being efficient and effective?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Again, I very much stand in support of moving these two programs along, and whatever we could do from this body to continue to support VIH FA in getting this accomplished. I think that we stand and sit ready to assist. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Before I go to Senator VLA, Mr. Richardson, let me ask you, because I just got a text. How long did it take? How long did the process take once you have filled out all of your documents, handing in everything you're supposed to? They have done their part. How long does the process take, average?
Senator, the average would be, it's hard to say. Internally, it's going to take 30 to 45 days. One of the issues that we have is we're dealing with, in some of these programs, we're dealing with external entities as well. Just for the moderate income program, it would be the lending institutions. So that takes them some time. What's
some time? What do you call some time?
Senator, we've seen some lending institutions take as much as 6 months, even longer. One of the issues that the territory is facing is the availability and the capacity of people like appraisers, surveyors. They just can't get to the work in a timely manner, and it's held up a lot of applications at the bank itself. I personally know a number of people who are not even haven't come through us, but they are at the bank and waiting a very long time for those services.
So does the applicant have any idea is when you go into all the different changes of where they are in the process and you're just wondering what's going on? Do you inform them? Do you? What does the communication look like? Senator Francis, I know you have a point of inquiry. I'll let you go next. But what does that communication look like?
We field calls from clients every day, Senator. If they do call us, we communicate to them where they are in the process. If it's something that the banks have, we take a look at them and send them directly to the lending institution to inquire. Sometimes we assist with that process as well by calling the lending institution and have communication.
Thank you for that. On point of inquiry, Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask if we could get a copy of the rules and regulation governing the first-time home buyers program. Again, this program is very near and dear to this body, and we would like to get a copy of the rules and regs so that we can share with our constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for your point. Senator VLA, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I'm looking at the Plexus Group website. I'm realizing they're out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. On the website, they have that they have a contract with the Virgin Islands. You said that there's local ties, but I'm seeing this as a national company. What are the local ties?
They have a number of individuals within the company that has resided in the territory for some time, as well as...
Hold up. That's just hiring people. But right. You said local ties. Are you saying local ties in terms of they're a part of the company, or local ties that they were hired as employees?
To my knowledge, they're part of the company, as well as they have done work in the...
Who are those individuals?
I could get the names for you, Senator.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if we can get those names before, because I'm seeing Plexus is a group from the mainland, so I'd like to know. So the bid was given to Plexus LLC? Plexus Group LLC?
Correct.
Okay, and I just look at the about, I look at the company structure, and it's really a group out of Louisiana. So I'd like to know how that was configured. The case, the contract with Plexus is for 1 year, so it's from May to May.
It is 1 year contract.
So you're expecting that December, January, you're going to still have individuals that need rental assistance as a result of COVID?
We may.
Well, I need to know because I have a 1 year contract for $1 million, so we're going to pay them for 1 year, whether or not we have cases.
Right. We do have a 1 year contract. We also have an option to renew. So if
You have an option to cancel?
there's that provisions within the contract to cancel the contract.
So you are estimating that there are individuals out there that are going to be applying in January, February of next year.
Perhaps, yes.
What are the criteria for somebody to qualify
Yeah.
and apply? Apply and qualify.
Yeah, it has to be COVID related in terms as if you lost your job or you lost hours on your job. So that's one of the main criteria for applicants.
Okay, so if someone is terminated, they need a letter stating that they're terminated as a result of COVID conditions, or just does a termination letter suffice because COVID is still active?
One of the other things that we have done to is also say if you got unemployment based on being laid off, or I don't want to say terminated. If it's COVID, you're terminated, then you would qualify. But also if you're unemployment, you would qualify.
How are we dealing with those individuals who applied for rental assistance but did not receive rental assistance, were evicted from their apartment, the landlord was never made whole? Do we have an opportunity to go back and make those landlords and those individuals whole?
Some of what we are asking the firm to do as well is once we reduce the backlog of these cases is to go back to some of those individuals that were perhaps withdrew the application or was denied to see how they can qualify now under new rules.
Okay, your backlog is going to be reduced by August 5th.
At least 266 of the cases, yes.
Out of 426.
Right. Out of actually 31 checks are processing this week. We have a 290.
So that's 299. So like 127. So it's going to be severely reduced in terms of the number of cases that they have to handle within 2 weeks. We just started the $1 million contract for 12 months. So that's maybe like 80,000 a month. So we have duties for them after we have exhausted this, that we're just not paying out monies to the Plexus Group. I mean, the Plexus Group, if they were hired a year ago, it would have been perfect. But they hired after a number of cases have been dealt with by the Housing Finance Authority. And we have a year left on the contract. So what is the game plan when we're down to the 100 case? What is the game plan? Are they going to go back in those old files? Do they have a mandate that they're going to go back in those old files and see how they can make those homeowners, individuals, went 6 months without getting paid rent and ended up having to evict the person, but the 6 months is still haven't been paid? Are we going to be able to make those individuals whole?
We're going to go back to those files, yes, Senator.
Okay. The first-time home buyers, tell me how you envision that. Which bank you have a firm agreement with for the First-Time Home Buyers Act? Banco Popular, First Bank, which banks?
Darren Richardson. We have spoken with 4 local lenders in the territory. First Bank, Banco Popular. We have spoken to Bank of St. Croix, can't remember the new name now, and Merchants
Oriental.
Bank.
Okay, First Bank, Banco Popular, Oriental, and who? And Merchants?
Merchants. And we've also, yeah.
Okay, and have these banks said that we are supporting the program, we are partnering the program, we have any written documentation that they're a bank that we can label as a first-time home buyers bank?
We don't have any written communication. All of them said that they would likely be part of it. We sent them the criteria and that they will do referrals to the
Okay, I don't want to likely at all. We wrote this legislation with the banks, with the attorneys from the banks and individuals from every single bank.
30
so we don't
seconds.
want to hear they will likely do anything. It is time for local Virgin Islanders to be able to get homes. And we wrote this in conjunction with every single bank. So they should be embracing this program because this program is able to pay for the down payment that the person don't have. So there shouldn't be no type of speculation from bank that they would likely do this or likely do that. They're supposed to do it. And they have a responsibility. So if a program is designed to assist the bank to be able to issue mortgages, they should be knocking at your doorstep.
Senator, the likely was my term. They have all committed to being part of this program, and I'm glad that this program is available because it makes for additional inventory and loans for the bank. So the likely was my term. I apologize for that.
Got me a little worked up. What is the number of applicants we have thus far?
We have not had any applicants thus far, except for one in the land loan program.
Okay, and so that is surprising because I have had numerous phone calls to my office trying to find out exactly when the program is going to start, what is the application process. So and they must go to the bank first, right?
Yes, Senator. We've had numerous calls as well. We feel, I would say about 75% of our calls in the last month has been about this first-time home buyer program. And we fielded the calls. One of the things that, if I may expound, one of the things that we've witnessed is that one of the criteria for the program is it has to be a single-family home and not have an income-producing element to the property. And once again, that's in itself is when you look at the market, there's not many of those homes on the market. And another impediment, I would say, is some of the pricing of the homes and the qualifying of these individuals for that level of mortgage. So that's just some of the criteria.
Okay, so hold up there. So the criteria was developed by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, correct?
Correct.
So why would you prohibit a first-time homeowner from being able to purchase a house that has a one-bedroom apartment underneath?
That's always been our criteria for first-time home buyer program in the territory, and that's a criteria we have. If it deems something different,
hold up. Since we're using local funds, and it would allow the first-time home buyer to have an income to supplement paying the mortgage, I think it would be in our best interest if somebody could purchase a home that has a one-bedroom apartment that could supplement paying the mortgage. It would work better for that home buyer.
Senator, that's something we could discuss as far as what the limits would be on a property like that. We have properties in the territory that has five income-producing properties.
No,
so
I'm not talking about that type of stuff.
Yeah, so we have to.
You would have limitations.
We have to come up with that criteria. If that's something that you would like to see, I would be glad, and I think the interim executive director, to have a discussion on what the intention, and we are going clearly on the
home
intentions
ownership.
home
ownership is first time home ownership is clearly the intention, but I don't see one apartment that's connected as a hindrance to getting this program going. The last question: your minimum household income for St. Croix is $53,000, and the max is $216,000. If you make less than the $53,000, suppose you make 47, 48, are there any other Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority programs that person would qualify for?
Yes, Senator, they'll be qualified under the home program.
So if they're making $46,000, they qualified under the home program?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale, for your line of questioning. Let me go back to before I go to recognize, let me recognize Senator Carrion. Thank you, Senator Carrion, for being here. And I already recognized you a long time ago, Senator. Let me go back to 2 points right quick in terms of making individuals whole, not only the landlord, but the tenant. And that is the reason why I'm very disappointed that we sent back $16 million. Reason being, from the jet, we spoke to those individuals who found themselves in them positions, put them up in a hotel. A motel, it gave you authority to do that, to assist those individuals. So no one should have been left to be on the streets, no one, or go on someone's couch, because the money, that's $16 million, the money was there for that, which would have spread in our economy. Secondly, in terms of making people whole, and I do agree with that, we need to make everyone whole with those funds, because we don't want to send back a dime. After you have evaluate and do what you need to do, whatever is left over, make sure we make individuals whole. Secondly, we spoke to the program, the first-time home buyers program. The only reason why we came up with a program is because the program you have already under your portfolio has a lot of federal guidelines, federally, etc. The local program that we created with local funds, you can do what needs to be done to get people homes. That's the main purpose of the program. So it cannot look like the other program you have. It got to be totally different in many regards and in many instances, because as we stated during the testimony, meeting with the banks, everyone, with my colleagues, many of them, my colleagues been trying to get home. Some of them still live with their parents, like many other folks in the territory. So we need to assure that they have an opportunity to own a piece of the back. And it must look differently, totally different from your other programs. It cannot be the same. It cannot be the same. As long as they fit the criteria and they qualify, let's give them that opportunity, because as you know, it's unique. It's almost impossible to own a home here. Almost impossible, but that's why we have created this program, and we want to actually keep the program funded. So I'm going to sit with you guys and see exactly how it looks, so we can assure that folks get an opportunity to a level playing field. Because out of last week, I had a young lady call me. She'd been trying to get a home here. She moved to the States, within, I ain't gonna lie to you, in less than a month, she already have a house. So my thing is, let's do whatever needs to be done to make sure that we can assist our people. I mean, it's that simple. And I appreciate working with you guys and seeing how we can craft that. It has to be different. It can't be the same. We're going to fund it, but we need to have results in terms of folks being able to get a home. It's very hard, and it's disheartening. So I look forward to working with you guys and having a sit down. Senator Whitaker, you recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central Staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to our testifiers. To Interim Director Clendinen, I do want to just put out that, first off, I do appreciate the level of communication between your office and mine, just to continue that open dialogue on behalf of the constituents. And this, I'm one senator that has been reaching out about mortgage assistance from the time the legislation was enacted. So I want to just, first off, I'm also glad to hear through this hearing that the board has finally moved forward with promulgating the rules, and as we will receive, I look forward to receiving those rules. But I would also submit that I really encourage that you, along with the board members of the Housing Finance Authority, I suggest that you all have a lot more meetings, a lot more publicized meetings, and a lot more education around what you all do as a board, because even as a senator, it was very hard to get information about your board meetings as opposed to the complementing entity, which is the Housing Authority. So my first question is around the mortgage assistance program. I know you're asked today to talk about the first-time home buyers, but in the context of mortgage assistance, where are you all with even starting that program?
The Housing Assistance Fund, Ms. Shelford. You want to talk about where we are?
So for the housing, Vale Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. For the Housing Assistance Fund, we have been, our action plan was accepted by Treasury. In late March, we have developed the program, and now we are ready to send out an RFP to have someone help us with the case management. What the Housing Assistance Fund does is it used to prevent mortgage delinquencies, defaults and foreclosures among homeowners experiencing financial hardship due to COVID-19, and it pays up to 12 months. I know that.
Thank you for that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I think that's not so much on my time, but I want you all, what you just expressed to me, to bring it out to the public. I have a number of constituents who are suffering, as the renters, as the persons with homes. So I really encourage y'all to move forward. Now with the Plexus contract, Interim Director Clendinen, have you built in any mechanisms so that the individuals in your office, your team, can benefit from capacity building? So going forward, we can use the software without and just wean ourselves off and focus in on zoning and how we can faster process applications.
Absolutely. The part of the contract was to acquire the software as well. The staff has been trained so that when the contract does go away, we will still have access and still own the software. And again,
thank you for that. Yeah, that's great. Go ahead, Director. Sorry.
No, I said, and again, they meet weekly with Plexus groups. So there is, yes, a lot of exchange in terms of learning opportunities for them and building their capacity as well.
That's great. The other, do you find it, and so also already asked by my colleague, so as we're bringing out some of the concerns with the current policies, and correct, this program wasn't envisioned to match any federal. A lot of the federal programs we have right now prevent our people from getting homes. That's straight up. We have a lot of work to do on the federal end. So when it comes now to suggestions, how have you all fielded any suggestions from the community to better improve moving this program forward, as well as those who applied even before the application was available?
Fielding any suggestions?
There were individuals who applied beforehand who desired to be part of the program. How have you all reached back out to them, and have you fielded any questions or concerns that they've raised?
So the homeownership team vets questions all the time. Are they specific to folks that applied in the past? I couldn't sit here and tell you yes or no. And again, we welcome any suggestions. If they want to send it to us on our social media page, call in. We are happy to tweak the program.
How have you, Director, as well as speaking also not on behalf of the board, but certainly as ex officio, how have you been working with the lenders? Because, these are typically lenders who have not been supportive of home ownership. How are you all endeavoring to work with the lenders to ensure the success of this program?
Darren Richardson. Thank you. Good morning, Senator. We have been in continuous communication with the lenders about this program. And I think they are relatively excited as well, because this helps in them writing mortgages and building their portfolio. So we've been having great conversation and excitement from the lending institution. So I don't have any issues there at all.
That's good. I like your energy around it as well. And as you all know, the process of buying a home is very lengthy, and there's a lot of steps and a lot of volatility. And these are new people who are just getting into their first home. What advice are you guys putting out right now in the application process? Support for the building of credit scores and support for the understanding the application process.
Senator, one of the things that we do and require of our clients is that they do the home buyers education class. That in itself speaks to a lot of things that we teach or refresh clients about budgeting, their credit scores, as far as the maintenance of the homes as well. So one of the things that delayed a few months back, we had a delay in title searches on St. Croix. Some of those took up to like 4 months. So there's some issues in that we're dealing with and working through. But we hope that the capacity of some stuff like the surveying and appraisals really help us along to be a little more timely. Thank you.
And Chairman, if I may wrap up, that's for my time call.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it was, but you can wrap up.
Thank you. And just a final to close to Director Clendinen, one of the initiatives of the Housing Authority is to build well over 3,000 homes in the Frederiksted area. And one of their asks, of course, you also have relation with that Housing Authority as well. What do you and along with the board members endeavor to do to support the Housing Authority's vision for the building of those thousands of homes, as is even connected to first-time home buyer?
Well, Senator, thanks for the question. We do have a number of programs within VIHFA. The board is fully committed to not just this first-time home buyers program for moderate income, but there are other programs in which we offer as well. With our disaster recovery arm, we are using that funding to build a number of homes throughout the territory. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Richardson?
No, I think that's...
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Director Richardson, let me ask you, you spoke in what I'm hearing with the first-time home buyers program, and all of my colleagues have spoken to the amount of calls that you have been getting at the offices, to include mine. What does the advertisement look like? Apparently, most folks don't know what's going on with the program because they've been calling our offices on a regular basis. Have you been advertising? When did that advertisement start, etc.? Let me ask you that question first of all.
Senator, yes, we have been advertising. I think we started a robust advertising campaign towards the end of June. And we've been having it on our website. It's been in a newspaper. It's been on a number of other social media and the radio as well. So we've been doing a robust advertising campaign on that. And that's what drives a lot of our phone calls to our office.
In respect to the first-time home buyers program?
Yes, sir.
I have not heard it. And I listen all the time. I have not heard it. I honestly have not. I'm listening for it, but I've not heard it. That's why I asked the question.
It's there, Senator, as well as I believe there's also an ad in today's Daily News referencing it as well. So we are doing the advertisement as best as our team is, and this is another opportunity to put it out there as well.
If they're funding within tranches for advertisement, within the money that's sent to the programs, is there a budget in there for advertisement also?
Are we talking about the ERAP, or within ERAP we do advertisement as part of our admin cost?
Okay, very well. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. VIHFA. Let's go to page 5 of your testimony. To construct, improve, alter, repair, and last paragraph. So you provide funding for residents to improve their homes, and the maximum amount is $40,000. Now, with the volatile market that we have and the cost of construction and the cost of materials, is $40,000 sufficient for this program? Because you said that you provide funding for residents to construct, improve, alter, repair, or rehabilitate a single-family home, including cisterns, foundation slabs, or retaining walls, including block and/or wire fencing. Maximum loan is $40,000, low fixed rate loan with a term of 10 years.
Good morning, Senator Darren Richardson. That's based on Act 8465.
Okay, so I'm asking you, is it sufficient?
Until I start seeing, it may not be what that limit is, but we have not had an application under this program as yet. I'm not sure if it's because somebody would need more money than that or not, or they just have not applied, but that's the limit in Act 8465. We could always make it more.
Let me tell you my pet peeve.
We could always make it more.
My pet peeve is when the subject area experts come in and say, well, that's the act, right? But you are in the trenches in that area. So if you see that a part of the act may be insufficient for those who are trying to help, it's incumbent on you to come back and say, hey, we may need some adjustments to the code, right?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so I look forward to, if you need adjustments to the act, say you need adjustments to the act, but to say, oh, that's what the act say, Mr. Richardson. Now let's go to the buy a lot, build a home. What's the success rate? How many people have bought a lot and built a home in the last 2 years?
Senator, I don't have that information right in front of me, but I can get that to you. That's a program that was initiated between the Housing Finance Authority and Banco Popular, and it has been very successful. In fact, I know of another 4 people.
Tell me in this district how many people have bought a lot and built a home.
We've completed 4 in this district.
In the last 2 years?
It would be in the last 3 years.
How many in St. Croix?
I would have to get that number for you. Don't know.
St. John?
None.
So the program is successful?
For the applicants that do apply for it, Senator.
How many applicants do you have?
I could get that number for you.
This is a status update. We're not asking you what. I didn't ask you what you're going to do with your supplies and other services. I didn't ask you how your miscellaneous section look and why there's a decrease. I have asked no numbers. But if you say, Senator Sarro, how many legislations have you authored in the last term? I could tell you. How many have been successful? How many amendments have you moved? I could tell you. So if you're running a program, I need you to tell me, in this buy a lot, build a home, over the last 3 years, we have had this amount of applicants. This amount has been successful. We've seen some bottleneck in these areas, blah, blah, blah. I need some information, status update hearing. This is what we're here for, right? It's like coming to class unprepared with no notebook. Now, let's go to the, of the homeowners, the class, the homeowners class that you offer. In the last 5 years, how many from that class has acquired homes since then?
I could tell you the number of people that have taken the class.
A lot. You gave me the answer already. Last time you gave me a high number, and then you gave me a low number of people that acquired homes. I asked this question before, you know.
And Senator, one of the things that we don't have and we're building through the disaster recovery funds is that we're trying to get a lot of product onto the ground, for available to our local clients. We just didn't have product internally for a number of these people. So that's what we're looking to get through the funding of the disaster recovery.
Let's go back. Tell me how many did the class?
I could tell you
it
that
was 300 something.
Just for this year, we have had 93 clients in our in-house classes that receive certificates.
When I asked the last 3 years, it was about 300 or something you gave.
Correct. Based on those numbers, if you extrapolate that
Okay.
you will get something.
And how
like-
many of those
1
300
minute.
and something made it to home ownership?
Approximately, in the last 3 years, approximately 10.
10. So 300 took this class, 10 have homes. Great. I coming back to this. Director Clendinen, do we not see an issue with a lack of data here today? Data drives policy.
Oh, absolutely, Senator.
Okay. Let's go to the Royal American Company. The Royal American Company, they're managing the various communities that we built, right? They were built with low income tax credits. The Lovelandlands and the Grandview and Bellevue and Marley Terrace and the rest of them. I don't know if we've taken the opportunity to tour those housing communities. Some of those people, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, some of those people are living in deplorable conditions. One maintenance man running around the place, and tiles are, one home had no tiles, they were all lifted. There was massive roach infestation in another home. One house had no sink for a while, and they've been asking for a sink. And these are the basic necessities. And Royal American is the property manager for these homes. However, this funding came through via HFA. What jurisdiction do you have, does via HFA have in dealing with this company? Because I sent an email to via HFA on May 24th. There's a person in the well behind you that received the email. May 24th, the email was sent, and I have yet to receive a response. And I copied the whole kit and caboodle of the leadership of via HFA. Those people are living in deplorable conditions. What is via HFA doing? The answer can't be, oh, I have a management company. People can't come in here, take federal funds, build a housing community, dip out. They don't see the manager. Now we have a new manager. She's trying her best. The other one was stealing the people money. They were paying the rent, and up to now, they're receiving eviction notices, and they come with their receipts to show that they paid their rent. I mean, it's really bad in these housing communities. So who is the one advocating from via HFA saying, listen, we need an attorney on this case? Our legal counsel in via HFA is going to reach out to Royal American, because what Royal American is doing to the territory is just unconscionable. Who's looking at that at via HFA?
Senator, I've had numerous meetings with Royal American, including a few with one of your colleagues over the last couple of months. And we've had set some definite deliverables, and we have looked into getting updates on what they are doing and accomplishing. We also,
And what's these updates?
on the number of work orders completed
And what is their update? Their update can be pleasing to via HFA. They have one maintenance worker. There's no. I went up there. By the time the man finished fixing the water that were running, the leak in the person's tub, he got next call. He done run to the next house. By the time he went to the next house, the leak come right back because he didn't have the time to put into fixing the project. So, what are their updates, and what is your reality?
They are committed. They have committed to us on adding maintenance staff.
They still have one maintenance worker. When did they commit?
In our responsibility for the federal funds that we have, the responsibility via HFA has is a compliance responsibility. That's about all that we have, that we could really sink our teeth into, but we're trying our best to communicate and speak with even some of your colleagues and
Hold a
get
second.
enrollment.
Let me go to the director for a minute. We have across the nation, this can be okay, right? You don't have a legal team, interim director, that's your title still?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Interim Director Clendinen, we don't have a legal team to find a loophole for a breach of contract for these companies that are doing this to the people of the territory? Or are we going to sit with our hands behind our back and say, well, they've committed this to us and they've done that? So who is to advocate for these people?
Allow me, Senator, to go back to the team with legal counsel and
That has to be a top priority, because there have to be some place in that contract that would bound them to fixing the homes that they have used with federal dollars, whether it's through the Attorney General's office, whether it's through your office. But we can't sit here and say, oh, they're getting money, they build this stuff, and Safeway, that's it. Take a tour of those people's homes. Senator Blyden, Mr. Chair, you are fully aware of the situation at this point. It is bad. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. And I just want to add, I do agree with your sentiments, but at the same time, I can also add that, Mr. Richard, you are correct. I did feel a call several weeks ago with Royal American, also with yourself, and I've actually been in the communities, been in those apartments, and have seen some results with a new property manager they have right now at that property. I must say they have been very responsive as of late, and I look forward to them continuing to do those repairs in a rapid response, and I look forward to the continued cooperation of that manager, period. Senator, before I go to Senator Cardion, let me ask Interim Director Clendinen, I printed it from the source. This was out in a source 3 days ago, and it speaks to, are you in the market for your home? And then it goes to moderate income households may qualify for financing through the Virgin Islands First Time Home Buyers Program. Maximum income, $200,000, and then it goes to contact your lender to see if you qualify for secondary financing up to $250,000 to purchase or build a single-family home. Contact via HFA for financing up to $50,000 to buy land to build a single-family home, and $40,000 for existing homeowners to improve or repair a single-family home. But there's nothing there about a down payment, which is the main issue we have here in the territory with our people when it comes to this program. So why we haven't put that on the advertisement portion. It talks about everything else besides the down payment, which we have been speaking to. So whoever your agency is, you need to make sure they put that information here so folks can understand exactly what's going on. Please.
Will do, Senator.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Greetings to you, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues. Good morning, and to the viewing and listening audience, and the team from VAFH. Good morning, Director. I must say that I think it was last year when the committee was, the agency was before us, and we were inquiring particularly about this program. And I clearly said that at the pace and rate of the applications that were being processed on a weekly basis, it was clear that we were going to have a backlog. It was clear that we were going to find ourselves in a situation where, unfortunately, funds would be returned back. Federal funds would be returned back to the federal government or will be reallocated. And here we are. Listening that approximately $60 million have been reallocated, having so many people in our community in need and needing the services. Of course, Director, no fault to you, I must say. You inherit this mess. I must commend, because since you came on, you've been doing all you can to try to fix and correct the problem. So you and your team, I know, have been working to bring some relief to the members in our community that are in so desperate need of this assistance. But it's really unfortunate. Before I go on, I want to say I failed to mention, I want to welcome our colleague, Senator Angel Volquez. Bienvenido. And wish him all the best in his new role, and anything we could be of any assistance. Me and my office were also here and available. Interim Executive Director Clendinen, please share with us what are your current challenges with both of these programs to which you're providing update today. We know some of the challenges of the past. What continues to be a challenge for you today?
Dayna Clendinen, an Interim Executive Director. With the ERAP program, I do believe we are on solid footing and well positioned to really execute. So I think with the onboarding again of that firm to assist the staff, we will be in a better position to make the payments, make them timely. Where ERAP is concerned in terms of payment, perhaps just being able to beef up the internal staff where we have more accountants, et cetera, to help expedite some of these payments along with other payments. With the first-time home buyers program, evidently what was issued here today is that we need to do a better job or really enhance our advertising when it comes to the first-time home buyers program, as well as look for opportunities to be more flexible so that moderate income individuals can readily access the fundings and maybe not have so much of the criterias, if permissible, on the program.
Okay. You seem to have a good grasp of what's happening. Clearly, you know what the challenges are, and you know what is needed to bring those programs to the level that they should. How can we assist you in the process? Because I think this has to be a collaborative effort. You know, we're not just here to point out the mistakes of the past, but how can we as legislators assist you in the task that you have at hand?
Again, I know a number of your constituents call your offices and they may have questions or concerns. I really would appreciate for an opportunity for our staff to be able to resolve that. So if you have, and I've spoken to a number of you in terms of constituents calling your offices and we are able to resolve that, that is extremely helpful as we look across the home buyers program. From what we heard today, funding may be a concern and we may need more funds to the program.
Very well, we're taking notes of those points that you mentioned. So with regard, you mentioned that staffing is an issue. So what's the plan in that area to revamp the staff with the technical skills necessary so that the program could continue successfully moving forward?
In some cases, we may never get the level of staffing that is necessary to really execute any program, and I'm talking about all the programs across VIHFA. So one of the things we are looking at is how do we supplement and augment the staff, whether it's the contracts we have to issue for project management cases, firms, etc., to help us in this endeavor. And as always, we are always recruiting. And I want to take this opportunity to ask the viewing and listening audience, if you want to serve, please go to vihfa.gov. We have a number of open positions there. We'd love for you to apply.
1 minute.
Well, and as you mentioned about contracting out to have the capacity necessary, I heard in your testimony and in question of my colleagues, Plexo Group LLC has been contracted for 1 year. The contract, the values is $1 million, if I'm not mistaken. Where are their offices located in each district?
They do have a number of outreach centers, Senator. I could get you that information. I don't have that information before me, but I could get you where their offices are located.
Please, if you can, through the chair, before we end, I would appreciate that also, so the general public could be aware, because not everyone has access to internet and online.
Time.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may continue.
On page 3 of your testimony, you spoke about the acceleration and outreach, and you also spoke about that you were anticipating a reduction in the backlog by early August. I would really have appreciated if you would provide, if you had provided, and maybe you still can to this body, some data, some numbers with regards to the statement. So when you say that you're anticipating a reduction, can you tell us by what percent? When you're saying that you are also expecting to see an acceleration of outreach efforts, to just provide us some numbers and what is the expectancy? What are you planning to see happen with this new firm that now has come on board? So if you could provide some of that to us, because that gives us a clear understanding of gradually where you are, where you're going, and what improvements you've seen thus far. You mentioned about the pop-up events. Do you have any plan? Can you tell us where those will be?
So those pop-up events are in the planning stages. Those are things we are looking towards in the very, very near future. As the backlog is significantly reduced. We thought it important to be able to take care of those that have been waiting for quite some time for their payment before we really embarked on a whole new robust campaign in terms of the program is still available. So within the next 2 weeks after that backlog has been significantly decreased, then you'll see some advertisement. I'm also happy to provide through the chair just the data you are seeking in terms of the percentages, etc.
Appreciate it. And in closing, Mr. Chair, I know you have a mortgage-ready client list. With regards to the size of that pool, how many you have on that list, and what collaboration or are you reaching out? This is in regards to the Homestead program, the first-time home buyers, to those individuals in that list to be able to take advantage of this other program that is available. What type of communication are you having? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Senator Darren Richardson. As of June, we have 416 mortgage-ready applicants in our territory, and we are actively sending out the same media correspondence to them.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator VLA, point of inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Michelle Ford, you said that the next component is a mortgage assistance program, correct?
Yes, it's a homeowner assistance program.
Homeowner assistance program for mortgages.
Yes.
Has Plexus also been charged to assist with the process? Since
No.
they're going to have a serious decrease in cases and we're paying them $1 million until May, did we include that in the scope of work that they would also work on the mortgage program?
It's not included in the scope of work. It's something that we think about and have discussed internally going forward, because they also said that they have worked with the homeowner assistance program in the past in different jurisdictions. But one of the things we do, and when you're using federal funds, we have to put out RFP,
Right.
RFQ, so we would still have to go out.
No, I just wanted to know if it was a combined RFP, if you had included the mortgage along with the rental, since we're kind of winding down and the rental component.
Yeah, but it has been discussed, so it could be a possibility, but it's nothing that we have.
Okay, and the target date to start this program is?
It would have to be, I would say September. What we're doing, we have met with the banks, my team have met with the banks. So we have an idea of the people that we might be able to serve.
So you know
We
how
have
many,
some statistics.
You know how many pending bankruptcy cases are there? You have received that information from the bank?
Yes, so and going forward, those are the things we have to send back to Treasury in our action plan, saying, okay, this is what we have, this is what's happening in our community also.
So have you told the banks, hold off, don't sell the homes? We're trying to get to be utilizing federal monies to save these homes for these individuals?
I think they're on board because at this time, no one is really trying to push forward. You know, based on COVID, we have had some limitations in doing things like that nationwide. So we're not getting anyone coming through or calling or saying that, you know, they're foreclosing on me. We hear about this program either.
Okay. Director Clendinen, did you get the local ownership information yet?
No, Senator, not as yet.
The staff can pull that up? It's taking a while.
They're working on it, Senator. We'll get it to you as soon as possible.
No, today.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Viola. Acting Director Clendinen, let's go back to Texas and the two questions. Do they have locations in the territory in terms of assisting the applicants?
Yes, Senator, they have offices in the territory, of which I indicated I would get that information as well.
I was just going to take you to let us know on the record.
Of course.
Please. And also, the intake centers, are they still going to be there to assist individuals?
I'm sorry, repeat.
The intake centers that have been assisting individuals, are they still going to be on board to help people?
Yes, they're on board to assist.
Okay, very well. And finally, in respect to Plexus, I know earlier you said they had a local, local
Presence.
presence. Can you clarify that for me? Are they locally owned or they have locals, employees? What do you mean by local presence? Can you clarify that for me, please?
Absolutely. So they have a local, when I say a local presence, not necessarily locally owned, but they do also subcontract with local local vendors here in the territory.
What type of vendors, local vendors?
Vendors that can assist them with project management.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute. I'm a little confused. To help them with project management. So, in respect to, well, first of all, in respect to the contract, so we didn't have any company on island that did that type of project management?
I'm not saying not, sir. I'm saying once the RFP was sent out, the bids came in, a committee reviewed and selected the company.
Plexus.
Correct. That's fair and open bidding process that we have to follow.
Of course. How many people applied?
There were 9 companies that submitted.
Very well. Senator, what point of inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who are the subcontractors for Plexus?
So I think it's
One of the local subcontractors is the North Carib Group. They help to provide the outreach and they use local individuals to help assist with the outreach.
Who else?
That's the subcontractor that I
Can you
have
repeat
at
that name?
this time.
Can you repeat that name for some of my colleagues?
So you only
please?
have the North Carib Group and that's it?
So that is the information I have at this time. I'm happy to provide any information at a later time. This is the information I have right now.
Mr. Chan, I know of the Plexus Group. And we did some, following Katrina, the volleyball team, our school, you know, they sent us to do some volunteer work. And we, the Plexus group was very, very instrumental in helping to rebuild New Orleans. They were very, very good in what they do. So I don't want the narrative to be as if we're attacking the Plexus group. We just want to know who the subcontractors are, who are they working with on the ground. You know, this is a big project. And we need to know the details of the Plexus group. You know, where are they located? Who is the local rep for the Plexus group? If we have a question from the body, we should be able to have a contact person to say, hey, you know, where are you on these projects? But I must express my dissatisfaction today with the lack of information that we're getting in this status update, Interim Director Clendinen, because you're a pretty thorough woman, so I'm a little confused this morning.
Senator, thank you for that. Again, the testimony was directed based on the correspondence we received. And lastly, I am happy to provide the information.
Thank you, Director Clendinen. But I would like to make it clear, though, in my correspondence, I requested a status update on the area program, the first time home buyers program, and the administration and enforcement of the VI housing code. That's what I asked. But nonetheless, we are here and we are doing a vetting process, and we'll continue. Mr. Clerk, put 5 minutes on the clock for me, please. I'm not going to do 7. I've been in. Yeah, we have a wrong too. Definitely we have a wrong too. Because in the testimony, you stated a person wishing to check the status of the applications can do so by going on the website and clicking on a link to apply. But we have tested out the website, and we can confirm that these steps actually take you to another link where you have to put in a code. How do you get that code, though? And how do folks know, know that you have to do that in order to get through? Because we just tested it, and when you go, it asks for a code. What code, and how do you get that code?
I'm not aware of a code, Senator. However, my staff is listening, and they will they could respond and get with the group so we can make the necessary changes. And in terms of the website, are there any surveys done to determine exactly how effective the website is working, and if people are going there, etc.? How do you do that? That is part of the deliverables with the Plexus groups. Surveys are required as well. Okay, very well. And in respect to your oversight, and the thing that came up, we went and also checked the code, and basically when it comes to landlords and tenants, like calling my office, regarding the condition of, like, for instance, the housing units like my colleague spoke to, when it comes to tenants complain that landlords are not carrying out the necessary repairs and maintenance, and landlords complain that tenants are not carrying out their responsibility to maintain living quarters in a clean, habitable condition, the court's ability to deal with such issues is limited, but Title 9, Chapter 6 of the Virgin Islands Code places that responsibility and power over enforcement of housing standards under your purview, the Housing Finance Authority. And that's in the code. So the Housing Finance Authority is empowered to enter and inspect residents, both in the public and private sector, to determine if living quarters are being kept in a habitable condition. And it is also empowered to issue fines and orders to landlord and tenants in order to correct improper or unsanitary living conditions. And we are aware that this is a power that has been not really, it had not been utilized for decades, but you have that power. It's in a code. And it is time that we seriously address that and take that seriously, because your agency has grown so much in terms of oversight. Because now you're dealing with all this federal funds. Your staff has grown tremendously, so you have a lot of responsibilities. And it is critical. I'm happy that the interim director is reaching out in terms of trying to see how she can onboard individuals, because you do need
You need critical. You have a lot of critical vacancies, and those need to be filled because it's affecting the livelihood of many Virgin Islanders, especially when it comes to housing. So I am encouraging you again to be creative in terms of trying to see how we can onboard an individual. It don't have to be a perfect fit. They can be trained. I know many individuals who I have sent, none of them have been hired, not one. So I'm asking again that we really get serious in terms of understanding what not having a proper amount of staff does in terms of output and effectiveness. You have a lot of work to do, I must say. Every day we get calls, every single day. And it's rough, it's tough, it's not easy, and it does bother me. And that is why I urge you again to see how we can onboard individual to assist your hardworking, overworked team, because they do a lot on a daily basis. I'm usually in communication with your staff and yourself, but nonetheless, there's a lot of work to be done. So I look forward to a second round. We're going to do a 4-minute round, colleagues, because we have our next agency coming in. Senator Sawui, I'm going to recognize you for your... Yeah, it's my wrong, but that's okay. I'm done. You can have your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a point of information. The contact person for Plexus is Derek Spencer, and they're located in the Royal Palm building for the listing of viewing audience. Okay, Mr. Chair?
Excuse me?
The contact person is Derek Spencer for the Plexus Group, and they're located in the Royal Palms building.
Thank you so much
Just
for
a
that.
phone call would I answer this question, Thank you. No
Thank
way.
you, Senator DeGraff. I'm going to recognize you for your
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interim Director, for the record, I support you 100%. So just bob and weave, we're going to work this out. I got your back. Couple of things. I have individuals for this, the program, first-time homeowners, home buyer program that have land. Number one, is it okay for them to own their own piece of land and come to you, or purchasing their own piece of land?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and then when they apply to... Yeah, you could add 2 minutes back on the clock. Yes, so when they apply to you, what's the process after that? Persons who own land, and what's the waiting period?
Senator, under the first-time home buyer program, they would actually go to a lender first. And once they go through the lender, this program will be acting as a secondary financing for the down payment portion of the loan.
And then what is your function?
Our function is to approve. Once after they get approval from the lender, we go through our approval. The good thing about that is the lender usually, the lender is going to approve them for the total amount that they can get. So they're just going to lend them 80%. We'll do the additional 20. So ours could be expedited.
Okay, so you have people who have those applications in, because...
We don't have any of those applications as yet.
As yet?
Nobody has applied as yet.
No? Okay. All right. Follow up on that. You're physically located in the Frenchtown building on St. Thomas.
We have actually three locations where in the Frenchtown building, we have an office at ICMC building, and we also occupy the bottom floor of GRS building.
And I know everybody in this day and age, go on a computer, apply to this website. Can people physically come to those locations and seek assistance in applying for some of these programs?
They can come physically to our Frenchtown location. 3202 Demerara Plaza, right across from the post office, the yellow building. We're on the second floor.
And they will receive assistance.
Yes, sir, Senator.
Excellent. So only the Demerara building, they're doing that.
Yes, that's where we have our homeownership division.
Perfect. On St. Croix?
On St. Croix, it's at the Fritz Lowett's building, which is Lagoon building in Frederickston.
Excellent. Because again, websites, some glitches, and that's physically they can come. Now,
1 minute.
No. In closing, before when we mentioned that for rural development loan and veterans administration loan are not eligible programs through the homestead and home loan fund, I think you mentioned that they were able to get funding from the VA.
They would get funding through our veteran loan program or our home program. Rural development is a program through the Department of Agriculture. Okay. And when they need additional funding, they actually make a funding request to us, and we fund that because they're low income. We fund it on our home program.
And the Veterans Administration loan program, that's a program that you have, Housing Finance Authority has.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. So it's not a VA. VA backs those loans. Okay, good. And then finally, it's in the statement, Interim Director, you mentioned about restrictions imposed by Treasury. What were the restrictions imposed by Treasury? If you could just elaborate on those some more. So going forward, we would have those in mind, and then we could just continue working collaboratively together to solve some of these issues. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. Interim Director. Clendinen, I think Senator DeGraff.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Testing. Yes, I apologize. I didn't know you were occupied. I was asking for some of what was the restrictions imposed by Treasury. So going forward, we could have those issues to be aware of. We could collaborate again and continue doing some of the great things we need to be doing and are doing. Thank you for that.
Sure. And
Thank you,
CFO Shelford may best able to share. I know some of it just included the requirements in terms of your leases, et cetera. And there were folks that couldn't find their leases, couldn't find a number of documentation. But sometime after, we were told you could use an affidavit. There were other things you could do. But Ms. Shelford
and
could
in
expound.
some cases, like, Valerie Shelford, we have started doing the self-attestation. So there are different things that in working with Plexus that we are improving on also. So, well, from Treasury, it tells you if it's COVID-related. That's a big restriction for some people that it might not have affected them during COVID to that level, but they still have an issue paying their rent based on our rent cost.
So that was the only
some
issue.
people we just couldn't help, even if they have issues with paying rent, they had rent arrearages, we could help them based on the programs specifically for COVID-19.
Okay. Ms. Cheney, thank you, sir. Ms. Cheney, next is Senator Boquet, but let me ask you quickly, since you're on that topic, self-attestation, you say you're doing that now. What took us so long? Though? Because I've been advocating for that forever. What took us so long, though?
Well, we are, and my authority, we always use documentation. So for us, we look for the documentation because it protects us the risk of the audits, and that's how we have operated.
That is why they told you to go on and use the self-attestation, because many folks lost a lot of things, lost a lot of documents, etc., and they see the money wasn't being spent, so they say, you know what? There you go, use that, because it clears you. It clears you from that responsibility because they are self-attesting. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of folks could have been helped if we did that from way back when. But nonetheless, I appreciate that you're finally doing it because it makes sense.
We did do it earlier, but it's at a bigger scale now. So we did not, ignore people who didn't have all the documents, we did try to work with them based on
And
self-attestation.
speaking about that, let me add this piece also, because I also reached out to legal services to meet with you guys so they can assist also, because it also indicated to have legal advice for individuals. Have you done that so far? Have you done that as yet? Have you spoken? Because I know they reached out to you guys. Have you guys met?
We have spoken and met with the legal
Services?
legal services. Yes.
And what the status? Are we utilizing them? Are they involved in any way, shape, or form?
They needed to be or wanted to be involved in a different manner in which we contract with them at some services. The conversation is ongoing. If they need us to appear in court, we are there just to testify that where the applicant's application is in the process. We participate in a number of those, and oftentimes the judge would hold off any evictions until payment is made.
We'll have further discussions, because the money is there. You know, we need to utilize we need all hands on deck to help our people. That's my position. All hands on deck to accomplish the main goal, which is to have folks housed, make sure they have everything available to them in terms of them being able to stay in their homes, and us utilizing the funds. So we'll have a further discussion offline. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for yours. 4 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. Morning. I truly believe that the vexing issue in this community concerning the programs that are offered with emergency rental assistance and the home buyers, first-time home buyers, is we should focus on a strong advertising campaign and educational outreach. I've noticed on your website you have a number of programs that you offer. I'd like to know how many programs and courses the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority offers to the general public.
Senator, we have 2 offering in courses. Darren Richardson. We have 2 offerings for classes. We have an in-house homebuyer education program, which we're conducting via Zoom. And we also have an online eHome America program that we are currently providing. Besides that, we also do counseling services and outreach activities.
Okay, so how many seminars have you conducted for the year?
For the in-house homebuyer education program, we've completed 3 classes this calendar year, with 93 clients receiving certificates. And that's a 6-week program.
I also noticed that you offer micro seminars. And these micro seminars, they're only offered to groups, or can individuals request them as well?
Individuals can ask for the information if they would like, and we can definitely get the information to individuals, but we usually go to our outreach and do groups. But if an individual wants to call and get the information, or even come in and have a one-on-one with one of the counselors, we will definitely adhere to that.
I believe one of the most aggravating things for people who are trying to get the information is not having access to it. And not everyone is able to jump on the website, and sometimes they have to call on the phone and get tied up there. But I'd like to hear more radio ads about the programs that you offer. You know, it would really help a lot. I would also like to know how closely you're working with the Housing Authority, because I truly believe housing is a transitional place. And home ownership, like our chairman always says, is one of the most important investments that you can ever make in your entire life. And what is the Housing Finance Authority doing to encourage or work with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to help tenants transition into home ownership?
Senator, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and Virgin Islands Housing Authority has a really close relationship. In fact, we partner with them every year on a number of their clients' opportunities to move into home ownership, and vice versa.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. And if I may, Mr. Chair, one last question. Does the Housing Finance Authority own any property on Water Island?
No, we don't have deed to any property on Water Island.
Okay. I know that the provisions of Act 7321, once upon a time, deemed some property on the island of Water Island for sale to veterans. I know it may be outside of your purview before you were there, but I was just wondering if property was still available on Water Island and if the Housing Finance Authority was still trying to get those properties to those United States veterans.
Yes, Senator. I
Time.
am aware of that, Senator, and I will actually have to get back to you and really confirm my statement, but I don't believe we received deed to those properties.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bowker. And yeah, you need to check on that. I believe you do have, follow up and let us know, please.
I will do, Senator.
Director Clendinen, in respect to Walter M. Hodge, the project, the tax exempt delay for the contractor, what's going on in that space? Where are we at?
That's what we were talking about this morning.
Senator Darren Richardson, the certificate is still under review. It was supposed to be reviewed internally, and I think that review is heading to the interim executive director desk this week, and she will publicly make that known to the requester.
So it should be completed shortly. Thank you so much for that. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Senator Whitaker, we are not hearing you on this side.
Testing, testing.
You're good. Proceed.
Okay. Yes, good morning, Interim. And I just want to also say, also joining this in welcoming our newest colleague, Senator Angel Bocas Jr. So welcome, and it's just so great to see you just on first day, just moving forward. So to Director Clendinen, one of the asks I have for you is, one of the things I'll put it out. I have crafted legislation to address a more task force element to really get the Housing Finance Authority to move a lot quicker. What is the plan? Have you actually? I know you've put out requests for individuals to apply for jobs with the Housing Finance Authority. But are there any aggressive approaches, that being holding career fairs, going into the schools, and really developing, and even through these next years, in really recruiting persons to hold positions within the Housing Finance Authority?
So within the, I recognize that human resources play an important role in aggressive recruitment and retention as well. So I will be working with our HR unit to strategize and come up with a really robust strategy as to how we not just recruit, but also retain employees.
Thank you. And I can attest to that. I was very much a witness of your previous position and your leadership there. And as it particularly pertains to what we are, the matter at hand today, capacity building is key. What additional skills are you, and will you need any funding by way of professional development to assist with the process of moving forward with the administration of the program? What are some additional personnel costs that you might endure that you have not contemplated, that you plan to submit to the Finance Committee?
And again, we'll speak a lot of that on August 2nd, but again, just looking for the right fit, the right staff with those qualifications that we need. For example, we are in desperate need of accountants, etc. We've reached out to the Office of Management and Budget to be a part of their fellows program, where we can have those young graduates be have some time in our office assisting the staff there as well. So there are a number of approaches we're looking at as well. And yes, cost is a factor for some of these positions.
Thank you for that.
1 minute.
The other item is marketing. Are there any plans for, do you have any plans to put together success stories? I think one of the things that would be great for my generation to see is to see that we're gonna, when we have success stories, that can be an inspiration to others. Are there any plans for that to bring out any of the applicants who have been successful?
Absolutely, and it'll be across all programs. My communications team is currently working on those initiatives across all programs to do these success stories, whether it's ERAP, the First Time Home Buyers Program, Envision, what we're doing under disaster recovery as well. But yes, we do have some success stories already out there, and those that will be more forthcoming.
Thank you. And the final question I have concerns the materials to build a house. We know of the challenges. How will you all work with some of our vendors in assisting home into when they have challenges with basic getting materials to build their homes? How will you all assist, if any, with that?
I'm sorry, Senator. I don't think I understood the question. It was hard to hear.
One of the challenges that people will face in the process of buying their own home, the first home, and building it, is the challenges that we are facing with the shortages of materials. Has a housing finance authority contemplated any assistance that they can render to those first-time home buyers?
Senator Darren Richardson, the assistance that we could offer them is literally education, because they're contracting one-on-one with these contractors, and kind of tell them what the lead times are on certain materials and how to procure them. That's as much as we can do. We don't have any program in place to assist contractors in the purchase of material.
Thank you for that. So that's something we have to contemplate on our end, and even though that's not a direct responsibility, but as we help persons, as we're all a part of the ecosystem to help our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Saru, you can recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Clendinen, what's the mission of VIHFA?
Affordable housing, to provide affordable housing opportunities within the territory.
Okay. Mr. Richardson?
I echo the interim executive director sentiment.
Okay. So the mission statement on the website says, increase access to housing and community development opportunities by developing innovative programs and projects. The latter part of the sentence, developing innovative programs and projects. And I ain't gonna be like a senator across the aisle telling every testifier, I got your back. We have to have the back of the people of this territory. And that means holding you accountable. And in the mission statement, by developing innovative programs, buy a lot, build a home is good. The first-time home buyers program is good. But the reality is that we live on 84 square miles, 32 and 19 square miles, respectively. That's our reality. And we can't forever buy a lot and build a home. On 32 square miles, you're going to be buying a piece of the ocean and building in the ocean. Our land mass is limited. First-time home buyers, limited. We don't have the land mass to do such. So what innovative programs per the mission statement is VIHFA developing? I expect let me give you personal, for example, recently. They will call you and tell you we have this issue, blah, blah, blah. This must be done. We need some help. Agencies do that. So in this part of your mission statement to develop innovative programs, where are you saying, listen, we have a lot of homes that are derelict, and we know the homeowner of that piece of property, and we would like some funding from the Senate of this amount to help these people move back into their family home. Where is that level of transformational leadership happening? When you look at the housing stack and you say, well, you know, UVI is doing they have a mitigation grant right now, and they have a lot of good data on the housing stack. And we realize, like in Old Tutu, that's some of the oldest housing stack that we have. And then you get to Bodo, and you get to Mambiju. And they're telling you these homes in this neighborhood, of a neighborhood of 200 homes, there are 60 abandoned and derelict homes. This is our plan to help to move people back into these homes. Because part of the mission statement says to develop innovative programs and projects. So I'm waiting for VIHFA to come and say that we have identified these needs. You do a very good job of that in the CDBG end. Now, on the home ownership end, we can't continue to buy a lot and build a home. We just don't have, it's really like selling me a pipe dream to tell me that that is what our plan is going to be for the next 10 years. Drive around this island, and then the land that left hanging off the cliff. Only a millionaire could afford to build on that kind of property. So tell me, in the last 5 years, did we do an assessment, Director Clendinen, of the leadership team? You've been there 5 years, but is there something on the books? You guys have to submit to the body a housing plan every 3 years, right? What is the innovative plan? Because I'm very confused. The data says, the limited data I have been able to acquire, you have the home ownership class, roughly 300 applicants. The application fee is $100 still?
Yes, Senator.
30 times 100, decimal point, move twice. That's $30,000 you've collected. Only 10 people have homes. I tried to get more information from you to see what does the data look like so we could move the needle. I don't have any data from this status update. Then I don't know if we're looking at the housing stack to say, hey, these neighborhoods can be revitalized and we can move people back into these homes, because there are derelict and abandoned homes that do have owners. Not everybody in probate. This is our program. We have this. Senators, we need you to fund this, and this is a new program that we are proposing. Put on us to find the money for you. Because agencies are coming in here spending a third or a fourth of their overall budget. So we are going to be reprogramming monies at the end of the fiscal year. Where is the plan to say, Senators, we need people to own their homes? And I have to hold you accountable, because I am disappointed in the progress of VIHF, and I don't want to be offensive today, but the mission statement says to develop innovative programs. And you know who developed the program? The body. And we tell you this is Act 8465, and then you tell me, well, the Act say $40,000, no adjustments. I will end my rant here, Mr. Chair, but I need a VIHFA. If we are to build capacity in this territory, people need a place to live. People cannot be living in their bedroom of their parents' homes with their children and husband for generations to come. Home ownership has to be on the top of the list among healthcare and education if we are to retain talent in this community. So I'm waiting for you by the next budget season or this budget season. I'm waiting for an email from you, Ms. Clendinen, to say, we've identified these things and we need funding for these projects to help this amount of people. Let's start someplace. That's my challenge today. Let's start someplace and say, we're going to find 5 homes in each district and find and give us a task and have us fund that. And these 5 homes apply for this, and we are going to operation renovate. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sorroy. I feel your pain.
Senator, if I may, I have some information for Senator Darren Richardson, information for Senator Sorrow. Since 2019, we've had 21 Biolat Builder Home clients in conjunction with our program with Banco Popular. 3 have definitely closed. The rest are in the construction phase. Many of those, more than half, actually 3/4, are through the USDA Rural Development Program as well.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson, but I just want to also put on the record, I hear my colleague, the last speaker, spoke to us doing what needs to be done. I agree, but before we do that, we need to assure that we spend every time when it comes to the federal funds first and make sure we can deal with those. Senator Viala, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think one of the larger issues that we have is really the banks. We have such a limited supply of banks that are willing to offer loans. We have a very, very limited number of banks that are willing to offer a construction loan. So you limit individuals in their ability to be able to acquire a loan. And we're going to have to really work on that. And I think that is what the frustration that we have. That's what this body wants. We want to know, how are we going to be able to provide home ownership to more individuals? Whether it is through Housing Finance Authority, the banks, or a combination of both. But there's just too many roadblocks in the Virgin Islands. And sadly, the roadblocks escalate according to island. St. Croix, you might get by, you might. St. Thomas becomes extremely hard, and St. John literally becomes impossible. So how do we bridge that particular gap? We started with a $4 million, and we did challenge the administration to see how they can utilize some of those federal funds to supplement that $4 million, because some of it is supposed to be home ownership, and you could be very creative in language to be able to give some additional monies. But I'm challenging us colleagues. So the young senator said, let's give more money. And Senator, we could give it. Now, we don't even have to wait. So in this budget cycle, when we're doing a markup, we need to provide an additional $4 million to the first-time home buyers program. And we did increase the stamp tax, Director Clendinen. So with the increase in the stamp tax, you're supposed to receive additional monies. I think we had estimated it's going to be like $2-3 million additional. That is supposed to put in infrastructure. And that might be one of the solutions for St. Thomas, where the basic infrastructure you're able to put in, or you have a program in reference to land clearance, if the person is able to achieve a loan, that we would have a grant program under Housing Finance Authority that would take care of the land clearance portion, because to clear land in St. Croix, it could cost $5,000, and clearing land in St. Thomas going down a hill could cost $50,000. So we need to be creative. But if we don't come up with ideas for home ownership in the Virgin Islands, we are not going to retain nurses and teachers and professionals, because at a certain point in your life, you want to be able to acquire your own home. And if you can't acquire your own home, then you're going to migrate to some place where you have that ability and opportunity. And if we can come up with some home ownership ideas, we're going to have issues.
1 minute.
The first-time home buyer, we need education. We need a clear strategy so that individuals can understand the process. They take the class, they go to the bank, they apply for the loan. If they qualify and they don't have the down payment, they come to Housing Finance Authority, they fill out the application, and the window of time got to be such that they're able to accomplish that particular goal. A real estate agent just texted me and said, hey, we don't have enough information on the first-time home buyers program. That is a program that we would like to refer to individuals who are coming to us to purchase a home, that we could let them know, well, there is this program that will supplement your down payment. So that you don't have to put on that $60,000-$70,000. It's going to be at a low interest, more than likely the same interest rate as the bank. And I would suggest now that we probably don't do the same interest rate as the bank, because the feds are increasing, because the feds are literally trying to limit spending power to deal with inflation. So you don't want individuals to be taking out at 7-8%. So I think at some point maybe we need to cap what would be the largest amount of interest that is paid for this portion, for the supplemental portion. And if the bank going up to 6% because of the feds, because this is supplemented locally, we can maintain, because it's not to make a tremendous profit, and it's creating a revolving fund because the monies are going to come back in, but we should cap, whether it's 3.5% or 4%, and we listen to your recommendation. If you bake one, if you don't, then we could come up with our own cap and put this in the legislation, but we'd rather the experts give us that information so that we could be able to move forward. But we want to be aggressive in the housing market, and I would say who feels it knows it. You know, the young senator feels it, so she knows it along with other senators in this body. We have been a bit lucky, and I'll finish now, Mr. Chair, because we come from a different generation. So Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden, Senator Francis, myself, we've been able to Senator Fred Gregory, to acquire a home because we're in a 50-plus generation. But the under 40 generation in the Virgin Islands, they're struggling in reference to home ownership, and we want to take care of that middle class component so that they can be able to acquire a home. Because you have the USVI and rural development for others, but the middle class population, how are we going to allow them to come home and not have to live with their parents forever? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. And before your point of inquiry, Senator Saru, I just want to add that, yeah, we were very fortunate because I purchased mine when I was in my 20s, and it's our responsibility to assure that others coming behind us can have the same opportunities. And that's why it frustrates me when I don't feel we're doing everything within our power to assure that we actually provide that opportunity for our families, our friends, our colleagues, because it's critical in terms of buying a home in a territory. There's not much land space available left, and for the little that's available, we need to assure that as much of our people can get them, because when it's gone, it's gone. You know, and we are from here. And many of the land and homes that's being bought up right now are folks who are not from here. It's going to change everything. Everything. So we need to do our part. And I think we have an opportunity of a lifetime right now with all these federal funds. I don't think we ever see it in our lifetime again. So it's a time that we can actually make history in terms of creating opportunities for many, many homegrown Virgin Islanders to own a piece of Iraq, you know, to own a piece of the Love City, own a piece of Freedom City. It's critical that we do our part and leave a legacy like our ancestors all be out there and them left for us. Now is the time for us to do it, because I don't know if and when it's going to happen again. So I actually beg you guys to really, let's be creative and do what we need to get done. Senator Saru, point of inquiry or information?
Inquiry, you know, this topic to raise on my hairs, my skin, because you're right, and the finance chair is right too, that some of you guys could be my parents in here, and not one of your children own a home in the Virgin Islands. Not one. And that's telling. We all come back home and we all live in our parents' homes, or we renting for some crazy, we don't have no rent control. That's the next issue for next day. So we paying $2,000, we paying like we living in Times Square, New York, for a little one bedroom and some shabby little bathroom. Look on Craigslist. I can't believe the prices apartments are going for. But my question is, not everybody want to cut grass. And not everybody wants to go through the whole building a home. So what's your opportunities afforded for the person that wants to buy a condo or a townhome? You know, not everybody wants the home ownership life of going to fix the grass, cut the grass, and putting up the fence. So, you know, some of my colleagues like to cut grass, but not all of us. So what is the option for the young professional or the professional that would like to acquire home ownership through a condo, a townhome, etc.
Senator Darren Richardson, we are considering townhome products to be integrated into our product offering. We are also, I think I could say, speaking with a couple of your colleagues, Senator, in some zoning recommendation and size of lots and size of homes to be considered affordable. As you may know, there is a trend nationwide into, the smaller homes, the tiny homes, the less number. So those are a number of things that we're looking into and looking at the zoning requirements and lot size requirements that we could, I think a couple of your colleagues are bringing legislation to allow us to reduce that size offering from a quarter acre per home into a smaller lot size.
That's one of the biggest problems that you have, right, with your contractors and their bidding?
Senator?
Because you can't afford to pay the contractors what they bid, right, in a lot of instances.
And we continually negotiate, and I use we use our professional knowledge to assist in reducing some of these costs that the contractors are trying to bid.
Right.
So yeah, we just have to be innovative in what home ownership looks like. Home ownership, the only home ownership option on your website is just buy a lot, build a home, really and truly. Home ownership has to look like, and we should have seen this coming a long time ago. It's more affordable. Some of them, and it's cheaper for condos and townhomes and the like. Some people would love to live in neighborhoods as such. Because we go to the States and we're going to buy a townhome. Come on. So where there's no vision, the people perish. And I need via HFA to have a lot more vision. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sauer. Before I go to Senator Francis, point of increase in our VLA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that Parsons was brought in for the Envision program, but what is the possibility of having a contractor come into Bonne Esperance? You know what that is?
Bonne Esperance, yes.
Okay. No, that's in Damas. That's in Damas. St. Croix.
Yes.
Okay. A wonderful home development. You've seen those homes?
Yes.
Okay, really, really nice. Is that under you guys, Mr. Richardson?
Excuse me, Senator, can you repeat that? Which ones?
Bonne Esperance.
Yes, sir.
A lot of officers, a lot of middle-income people live in there. Really nice homes. But you have had problem getting contractors to continue with the phases since Ayala Construction left, correct?
Yes, Senator.
What's the possibility of bringing in a contractor that would be able to do 25, 30 homes, the different styles, and then be able to get those individuals on the list to be able to acquire a home? Because part of it has been the ability to get contractors to build under a certain price. What's the possibility of putting out an RFP? We have 25 lots in Bonne Esperance. We have 4 different design. This is the budget. We need you to build it under this so that we could be able to get because you have a lot of individuals that have applied for those homes, correct?
Yes, Senator, that would be ideal. We're proposing that type of development for Wild Pineapple and St. Thomas in Estate Fortuna and Estate Solitude as well. That's the proposal.
They to all.
Yes, but Senator, to be honest, Bonne Esperance, as pretty as you see it, we actually have it to go to another phase. There's only 1 lot for sale left in Bonne Esperance. So we actually have to extend that.
So 1 lot for sale, but how many more homes to be constructed? Because a lot of the lots are sold, but the homes haven't been constructed.
Yes, Senator, a lot of those individuals are going through rural development, coming to us for the funding and everything like that. But some people just decided they want to have lots. And that's been one of the focus of the authority as well. We realize when people buy a lot, sometimes their children or child may be in 3rd grade, and by the time they try to save up and everything, they don't get to that point to build that home to have with the families. And we're encouraging as much as possible for them to really consider doing a whole turnkey option.
Okay, so that's your idea for Solitude?
Solitude is definitely, our idea is a turnkey community out there. Infrastructure, homes, everything completed
Is
by
the
one
RFP,
developer.
is the RFP out?
No, the RFP is not out as yet.
Director, when you put in out the RFP?
That's for environmental. So that's part of our project under disaster recovery. So it's going through the process. I am hopeful to have that out, I would say by September.
That's under disaster recovery? No.
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
We're funding these communities through the disaster recovery fund.
No, I'll ask a question after. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On that line of questioning, let me ask a follow-up question. Director Richardson or Interim?
CEO Richardson.
CEO Richardson, I'm sorry. For those lots that my colleague spoke to in St. Croix, have you all sent those individuals a letter letting them know of the new program, the new homeowners program? Have you all sent them something in writing, letting them know that it's available to assist some of them that might need assistance?
For those who are not currently constructing or have a contractor,
Who just have the land?
the authority is contacting everyone who they know we made land sales to.
So you have
in the
not
process
done,
of doing that.
So you have not done that as yet?
No, we're still in the process of doing it. We
And
have
that's-
contacted some. I can't say we've not contacted any, but we have contacted some.
That's why I'm speaking to processes, sense of urgency, having empathy and understanding folks' situation. The first thing I want to do one time, send them out.
We are emailing, Senator, but we also want to follow up with phone calls to these individuals.
Sounds good to me. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, we having the conversation, say one, say two. It's important that we also use this opportunity to educate young people that you have to save your money. You have to watch and monitor your credit score. We can't just expect that government or entities will be able to support your endeavors. You have to save up. In order for us to have purchased homes and built home back in the days, is that we had to set aside, you had to set aside some money to buy the land. We had to set aside a little bit to dig the cistern. We had to set aside then to put up some blocks. It's not an instant gratification. You have to work hard and you have to be able to save. You can't have the bad rides and all these kind of things and expend and party and then still want to be able to own a home. There's sacrifices that have to be made. And I think it's important that we continue to have both the discussion because yes, the availability need to be there, but we also have to inform them that you have to be able to save your money, put away something, and build some capital in order to be able to achieve your goals. And in this environment, it's very, very difficult and becoming more and more difficult every single day. And it's not just locally, but also nationally. We're seeing where the costs of construction have increased dramatically. A yard of cement today is $130 a yard. Price of a yard of sand, that is $130 a yard for a yard of sand. There is no sand available right now for plastering a home on St. Croix. You have to wait perhaps another 2 to 3 weeks before we even get sand to come in. So there's some delays that's creating some problem. A bag of cement is twice the cost for half the size. So there's significant amount of savings that's going to be required, and the cost be going up dramatically. Contractors are earning the same salary as doctors and attorneys today. It's $300 and $400 a day. We're talking about, in some instances, $500 for contractors to be able, and skilled workmen to be able to get the job done. Getting back to the subject matter, I wanted to ask the director or your representative there, in regards to the ERAP, is there an opportunity to make advance payments to landlords, or are you only identifying and working on prior payments?
Yeah, we can make advance. Sorry, Valdez Shelford. We can make advance payments up to 3 months on the ERAP 2. Up to 3 months.
Have you been doing that?
Yes, we have.
Have you been doing?
One
Yes, we
minute.
have.
Been doing that very well. And real quickly, as the time run, in regards to the Plecos group, who is the local representative here in the territory? And what is, if you could give me a phone number or phone contact?
Sure, and Senator Saru mentioned it earlier. I'm happy to provide that, Senator. 1 second.
All right, this is something that you need to get back to us on. I think is
I
very
believe my
important.
staff should have already emailed all the information. But if not, I could read what I have here. Derek Strawn as is the principal in charge. There's an office at Royal Palms in St. Thomas and one in
Time.
Castle Coakley, suite number 6 in Christiansted.
Very well, and that's the same individual, Derek Strong?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. Colleagues, I'm going to give everyone a final question before we wrap up. Senator DeGraff, do you have any further question? I'll go last.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just add a final comment. We just here for solutions, and I think we would continue to work together. Like I say, you have my support 100%. So it's just a matter of us sitting down and becoming innovative like I know we can. And I'm ready to be a part of it. When you're ready to start, you have my number, you know where to find me. Let's do it because, again, it benefits the people of the territory. And, we could find all the faults. We could sit here and find issues all day, but let's solve some of the issues. And I think you're the right person and ready to get it done. So I'm in full support. Thank you for all you do, you and your staff. And, I'm ready to assist in any way I can. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Interim Director, I know in March of this year, there was an article stating that there were 141 individuals who removed the application due to the program in efficiencies. And then we were informed that you would contact those individuals. That was done? Have that been done?
As to 141, I think earlier had withdrew from the ERAP program. Yes, so they're currently going back to some of those individuals.
Have we started?
Yes, they have.
Okay. Do we know how much have been contacted thus far? And have any of those agreed to reapply?
I don't have that level of detail at the moment, Senator.
Okay. And so I know you don't have the detail, but for those individuals, would they have any type of priority for them? Would we have any type of priority for them?
No, I don't believe there's a priority.
Okay, very well. Senator Saru, do you have any follow-up question? Are you good? Do you have any follow-up questions? Are you good, Senator? You recognize for one follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, honestly, I have a lot of things to tell VHFA, right? Constructive things, not demeaning for the public record. But we really need a hearing with the group, which is via HFA, the banks, the insurance companies, the appraisers, the Lieutenant Governor's office, deeds, those who deal with the titles, cadastral. I mean, all of them encompass this whole home ownership process, and all of them are at fault. So when you have a real estate telling you they can't close because they're waiting for a month for something with the governor's office and they can't find this person, and you're looking for the head of cadastral and he already surveying private property during government time, and then you come here and then we have this happening, and then some of the banks ain't giving you certain programs, other banks giving you one. I mean, it's a disaster. We need a round table discussion with all parties involved in home ownership. That's my only comment. No questions. I could be here till tomorrow asking questions, but we really need a holistic discussion, not banks alone, not this alone. Everybody has to come to the table because the bottleneck is real. And the last point is, we can't talk about having a good credit score and this and that. You're going to find anybody that went to college in this era, we are all in debt. When you're paying a student loan of $1,200 a month, that's real. That's real. So we have to find a way to deal with the barriers that student loans have brought upon us. Because going to college shouldn't be a debt sentence. And we are in debt. And that cannot be the barrier to attaining a home. It really cannot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saver. And don't no worries, there's going to be a housing summit coming up in short order, so everyone will be informed. And we will have this discussion. Senator Fialey, you recognize for your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's not a question, just a comment. I'm really, really interested or want the banks to offer construction loan. All banks. And we have heard about the issue with builders risk insurance. And we have drafted some legislation that we hope might help to alleviate that particular issue. It deals with some non-judicial foreclosure. But we have to be able to address that issue, because even if you're able to get builder's risk insurance, it's so expensive that you can't afford it. So you're ready to bill, and then they want to charge you $10,000, $12,000 for builder's risk insurance. It's very, very expensive. So I look forward to, if you're going to have a housing summit, I look forward to that, and we bring all the players to the table, and it be a meeting where we're not there to criticize, but we're there to find solutions and a path moving forward and find out what possible legislation we need to draft and what is the responsibility of the banks and what they can do more, because definitely the banks from Puerto Rico aren't giving the people of the Virgin Islands a fair shake when it comes to home ownership. And we can't have $540 million split between two banks of federal money sitting there in their portfolio, and they're not offering us all of the services that are afforded to the people of Puerto Rico. We have an Office of Banking and Insurance, and we need to get on them. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fialey. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your point of information and your last question. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. The point of information is really the fact that I reached out to all our banks and executives in Puerto Rico and all. When I first came into office, they gave me all the same answers. They are not willing to assist, particularly our contractors, with funding to support them actually being the ones to help build our homes. So I don't think we have to wait for a summit. I think we can definitely move forward. But we have that information already. So to Director Clendinen, what other initiatives, funding sources will Housing Finance Authority utilize as the individuals, maybe as they start to apply for the construction loans, are met with the challenges that are already facing them? That is dipping into any other government funding, particularly the Public Finance Authority, wherever you can reach out to get fundings for those who are not successful in going through some of these banks.
Mr. Richardson, you can respond.
Yes, Senator Darren Richardson. We've been in communication with the governor's office about additional ARPA funding that he is providing to the authority for some of those areas to assist our residents in constructing homes.
Yeah, I think we should just move steadfast. I became very frustrated and engaging the banks. They gave me some really poor answers. So I think we need to move steadfast. We got to move forward with that. Yes, see who gets through the banks, but let's go ahead and chart forward between the administration and the legislature. We got to move this thing forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. And in response also, we have an issue with bonding also with small contractors. So I'm working on that end also. So a summit is definitely warranted, necessary, and it's coming. It's important. Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to, again, reiterate to VI HFA that communications is the key. Education, marketing, certainly communicating back with us in regarding to some of the impediments and barriers is critical, that we could assist and support their endeavors. The struggles are real out there. What my colleagues and I have expressed this morning is the sentiment that we meet every single day as we go out into the community. People are very, very frustrated by the processes. They're very frustrated about the delay. And in this era where there's a lot of funding being discussed and it's not reaching those in need, continue to be problematic for our community. So all I'm asking is that you provide some feedback and, if there's any impediment, any legislation, funding, or whatever that's required from this body to assist you in getting and meeting the needs of this community, we're willing to provide that to you, Director Clendinen, and your staff. It's critical that we continue to communicate. Thank you very much for your contribution this morning. I truly believe that every effort is being made, and you two are faced with the bureaucracy. However, we take on these positions and area of responsibility really to, again, navigate these bureaucracy, knock down the walls, and be able to provide the needs of our community. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I want to reiterate the sense of urgency. Again, I always ask you guys to provide a sense of urgency when it comes to your agency, because you have a lot on your plate. And I understand the challenges. It's not easy. Your staff have grown 3 times or more with the responsibilities. And I just ask that, we show a little more empathy. We work with those individuals in need. The staff have been, honestly, in my opinion, they have a lot on their plate. It's a lot for them, and I appreciate them, what they do. I just want to see a little bit more sense of urgency and empathy on behalf of the members at the agency, but I want to thank you guys for your responses. I ask that you implement some of the recommendations that's going to assist our people in the territory. Interim Director Clendinen, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to make a closing statement, and then we'll take a lunch break.
Dayna Clendinen. Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to come before this body, as always, to provide information. I do want to thank the men and women, all the men and women at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for what they do every single day. And as you stated, it is a lot. They do have a tremendous amount on their plate. But I just really want to publicly thank them, thank the team here as well.
And thank you again. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication stands in recess until 1 o'clock. We're back on the record. I see that we have the testifier in a while already, but before I go there, Mr. Clerk, can you just please read the second block onto the record again for me?
Block 2, presentation and discussion of the USVI Broadband Strategic Framework. Invited testifier, Mr. Stephen Adams, CEO, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. This concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Adams, thanks for being here, and you may please put your name on the record. If you have any individuals there with you, please have them state their name, and you may proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you. Stephen Adams, CEO of viNGN, and I'm accompanied by our controller, Miss Elisa Hodge.
Okay, take your time when you're speaking, please.
Yeah, you know how I get sometimes.
No rushing today. Take your time. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Malvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the, excuse me? Is this better? Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Honorable Malvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, Honorable Senators, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of viNGN. I am honored to present to you today. My aim today is to inform the public through our elected representatives of the unprecedented opportunity to greatly expand broadband accessibility in the territory. This will be accomplished through President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law that provides $65 billion in funding to expand high-speed internet access throughout the country. The Biden-Harris administration Internet for All initiative, which was made possible by the bipartisan infrastructure law, will invest $45 billion to provide affordable, reliable, high-speed internet for everyone in America by the end of this decade. The initiative is being administered and implemented by the U.S. Department of Commerce, National Telecommunications and Information Administration, known as NTIA. The Internet for All program consists of 3 NTIA grants for fund planning, infrastructure, and adoption efforts to promote digital equity and inclusion. NTIA has established 2 formulaic public grants for every state and territory and 1 national competitive grant that is open to both the public and private sector. Internet for All program funds must be administered through the Broadband Office in each state or territory's governor's office. Governor Bryan has designated viNGN to manage the NTIA broadband program in the territory. He has also named me as the director of the USVI broadband office. In my dual role as viNGN CEO and director of the USVI broadband office, my goal is to develop and deliver an encompassing territorial broadband strategy that leverages viNGN's infrastructure, achieve the Internet for All objectives, and to align with Governor Bryan's broadband priorities. The forthcoming grant funds are divided into 2 types. The first is Broadband Equity Access and Development, known as BEAD. The BEAD program fund projects projects that help expand high-speed internet access and usage. It supports infrastructure development, mapping, and adoption. This includes planning and capacity building in the state office and supports outreach coordinations with local communities. BEAD's aim is to enable the expansion of internet access to underserved and unserved Americans. Unserved means 25 megabytes per second download and 3 megabytes per second upload, while underserved means 100 megabytes per second download and 20 megabytes per second upload. The BEAD initiative, the BEAD internet performance target is 100 megabytes per second up and down. NTIA has guaranteed $24 million to USVI Broadband Office for implementing the BEAD program. The second NTIA set of grants is called the Digital Equity Act program, known as DE. DE provides funds to promote digital equity and inclusion programs. The aim is to ensure that all people and communities have the skills, technology, and capacity needed to reap the full benefits of the digital economy. An important element of the Digital Equity Program requires the development of technical job training and computer literacy, which the USVI Broadband Office will spearhead with peer agencies and nonprofit stakeholders. The third and final NTIA grant opportunity is called Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure Program, otherwise known as MM. It provides funds to reduce the cost of building high-speed internet to underserved communities. MM is a competitive grant program. We will compete to expand viNGN's middle mile network. Our office will also support private sector middle mile projects in the territory. The USVI Broadband Office has developed a strategic framework of our strategy to execute the goals and objectives of the Biden-Harris administration's Internet for All program. This strategy dovetails with Governor Bryan's Wi-Fi for All initiative, funded through other federal grants awarded to viNGN. The first is for free Wi-Fi deployment throughout the territory under a $582,000 CARES Act grant for distance learning. The second is a pending $10.8 million ARPA grant to deploy Wi-Fi in support of telemedicine. Both of these initiatives have a secondary purpose of providing general community Wi-Fi. viNGN's middle mile infrastructure will be expanded to realize these ambitions. In doing so, we will enable other internet-based government services to be offered, such as remote security monitoring, smart traffic coordination, and web-aware public transportation. The USVI Broadband Office will also encourage ISPs to submit infrastructure projects for competitive MM grant consideration. Community engagement is critical to the success of NTIA broadband programs. My Senate testimony today is the start of this public dialogue. My office will conduct a multi-month listening tour to get actionable feedback. Thank you for your attention to my testimony today. I would like to now turn your attention to a presentation I wish to give that provides more detail of my formal statement. Afterwards, I look forward to your thoughtful questions. Senator Blyden, I would like to turn now to my presentation. And let's see how good of a technologist I am with working this device. So we have the first slide up. And so this slide is a 15 deck slide. I'll go through it. Most of what I spoke about is listed in this presentation, but there are salient points that I would like to bring to the committee's attention. It almost worked. There it is. Okay, the first slide. I'm not going to read all the text to you because I hate it when people read to me, something that I can do. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to point out salient points in this presentation. The first one is that the amounts of monies that are coming to the territory for these broadband programs is at least $51 million. As I stated in my testimony, there's a CARES Act and ARPA funds, which we have already we have received in the CARES Act, and we're pending the ARPA. So that's kind of the beginning. That started last year when the COVID money started to become available. The new funds to the NTIA program, as you can see, are 3 listed and 1 I did not speak about, but I will in more detail in a moment. It's a BEAD program, which is $25 million, or actually it should be $24 million. There's a digital equity, which is $7 million. That's a separate program. That's mainly community-based. And then there's the middle mile. This can go anywhere from $5 million to $100 million for any of the states. And this is primarily for the private sector and matched funds from the government. And then the last one is a program called ACP. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in depth later. But this is an affordable connectivity program, and this is a program from the U.S. Treasury. And this is to be able to give $30 per family towards their internet bill, and it also provides $100 to buy a device. And this program is active in the USVI, but it's not as thorough as it could be. The next slide talks about the 3 objectives of our broadband office, where we have increased digital literacy, enable virtual services, and expand the middle mile. But as far as I'm concerned, the one that's the most significant is the first one, is to increase digital literacy. Because when we increase digital literacy, is we have a digital native community that actually can participate in the global technology economy, which is all around us. This is one of the things that a lot of governments around the country have talked about, but it's not until now that we actually have the resources to actually do something about it. So our 3 objectives under increased digital literacy is learning collaboratives, and that's with the Department of Education and also with multiple of nonprofit organizations. We want to also put a big focus with tech training jobs and STEM programs. I'm going to talk about both of those last ones in a moment. This slide here talks about the ongoing Wi-Fi development initiatives. Even though the NTIA monies have been recently made available, viNGN has been actively deploying Wi-Fi under Governor Bryan's priorities. There to date, and I submitted this late, I hope all the senators received it, there's a spreadsheet that shows all the sites where viNGN has Wi-Fi deployment now. Right now in all 3 islands, we have 60 locations with a total of 176 hotspots. I provided that spreadsheet, and I'd be more than happy to talk more about that. There will be hundreds more coming. The goal here is to be able to put Wi-Fi in all the public housing, schools, libraries, government, medical, community centers, parks, beaches, shopping centers, and docks. Right now, if you go to any public housing facility in the 3 islands, I believe not as thorough in St. John, you'll have public Wi-Fi in the courtyards. That project was done in December of last year. With the ARPA monies, we plan to increase this program quite significantly. The next one talks about something that was not in my testimony, but it's something very important to talk about. This is a neighborhood Wi-Fi extension. Right now, viNGN's network was built to be able to be a middle mile carrier and to be able to support the ISP community. And we're doing a good job of that, and we plan to provide more value to them as time goes on. But one of the things that's interesting is that there's pressure on the middle class. You know, a lot of the NTIA's program is targeted towards the underserved and unserved, right? And we have a substantial population here of that population. However, when I was talking about the BEAD program to a good friend of mine who grew up in the projects and is now a reputable give her out, but a good friend of mine. So she was saying, these programs, I really don't like them because she goes, they don't do anything for the middle class. She goes, there's all these programs for low income, but what about me? I'm struggling to pay my bills. I want relief, right? And we hear that over and over again. So one of the things that we plan to do in collaboration with WAPA is to use their infrastructure, ours together, to be able to extend viNGN's middle mile to the neighborhoods. And once we get to the neighborhoods, we can provide Wi-Fi extensively throughout the neighborhoods in all 3 islands. That's very important. It's controversial to some, but I think it's a very important thing to be able to provide relief to the middle class, to be able to walk outside your door in your neighborhood and be able to have Wi-Fi. Now, this is no replacement for in-the-home internet access. It's always best to have fiber to the home, and it's always best to have fiber in your home. But for those who can't get fiber into the home or those who want a supplementary access, we are planning to be able to go into the neighborhood. The next slide really talks about the core of what the NTIA programs are about. And one of the things that viNGN is doing, which is unique in the country, mainly because of the size of the territory, we plan to expand viNGN network. Well, actually, viNGN's network is already in public housing. But what we plan to do is we plan to run the internet to every unit in public housing and any low-income housing that's subsidized by HUD. What that will do is that will enable every person that's in a low-income, densely populated area to be able to have access to Wi-Fi and to be able to take advantage of the ACP program, which I mentioned before. This is the voucher program that the Biden administration, through the Department of Treasury, administers. And it's administered here in the Virgin Islands through VIA and to a lesser extent through Liberty. And this is to provide that $30 that I mentioned earlier voucher, and then also $100 credit as well for a piece of hardware. And when I say we, viNGN will not provide this program. We will enable the ISPs. Once we have fiber to every low-income house facility, then it makes it easy to layer this ACP program on top of it. So it makes it more readily available for residents to be able to use the internet for cheap or for no cost at all. The next slide is something that I take great pride in. This is the senior citizen digital literacy. It's really easy to talk about digital nomads. It's easy to talk about digital natives, which is our young population that grew up with TikTok and Instagram and such. But we have our senior population, which when you look at, say, telemedicine, when you look at other aspects of interfacing with government life, and that's becoming more and more electronic, we're in a situation now where we're leaving a greater digital divide with our senior population, right? So we used to talk about the digital divide as about just being generalized. But what's happening is that those who are in our most vulnerable part of our population are fixed income seniors. They're the ones being left behind the furthest in the digital divide. What we want to do is we want to make sure that we're being much more inclusive of them, and we want to make sure that telemedicine is on the forefront of what we do to service that population. We'll see more of this in the coming months about our strategies around digital literacy for the seniors. The job training is an important aspect of the Biden-Harris administration's goal of deployment of Wi-Fi, of the internet. One of the things that we do is, like viNGN, we have a staff called NetOps, Network Operations, and then we also have OSP, which is the outside plant. These are the guys and gals that you'll see out on the roads and the sweltering heat, laying fiber, splicing fiber, and then they're the ones that you also see indoors that are actually making sure that the routers work and so forth. We have a team that can be expanded, but we also want to be able to provide careers for other people that are, in particular, that have been incarcerated and people who don't have a lot of options, to be able to see there might be career opportunities that we can use these monies to be able to do some job training. So that's one of the things that we'll also be focused on. The next slide is a very interesting one. One of the things that we hear a lot, matter of fact, there was a reception that Governor Bryan had last night for the telehealth summit, the healthcare summit. And what came up was this idea of the PCCs. And some of you will recall that when viNGN's network was built, we had the public community centers, and we had them all throughout the territory. One of the problems with those is that a lot of the machines were damaged, stolen, or these PCCs became loitering points and became nuisance in the community. Most of the PCCs that we had erected around the territory, most all of them told us to come and take the computers out. And the reason why we believe the PCC program failed, and I would say that it failed, is because it wasn't a monitored program. It was just put the PCs out there, let the community do what they want, but there was no strategy behind it. So what we want to do is we want to reinvent the PCCs. What I would like to call them the PTCs, public technology centers. Instead of just being a place for digital literacy, we want to make them into training camp places where the digital economy is not just being online with a computer. It's also understanding 3D printing, which is additive manufacturing. It's about AR and VR. It's about game development. It's about, of course, computer training, but it's also about robotics. These are all initiatives that we want to expose our youth in particular to these types of career opportunities. And we're going to use our funds to be able to build up PTCs on all 3 islands and make them much more controlled environments and well-funded for at least the 5-year period of time. It also allows viNGN to diversify our revenue streams so that we're not fully dependent on selling broadband services. Now, we do have a model for these PTCs, and it's a model that we're going to start this fall. I call it the IO Academy. I'm really excited about this, and this is through a partnership with Microsoft. And those of you who were present last year when Microsoft came to town, this is one of the things that came out of that initiative. I have close relationships in Microsoft that allowed this to happen. Governor Bryan has dedicated $4 million to this program, and Microsoft is also contributing in kind. This is basically a STEM program. This is not, and I want to repeat that this is not to replace anything that the Department of Education is doing. This is something in collaboration with the Department of Education and as well as with the community to create a model where we can be able to include STEM in learning, that we can bring it into our TPC model so that we have more community involvement. The more the community is involved with education, the more success we're going to see. The next part is this slide's a little wonky, technically wise. This is talking about smart city devices, and what I want to bring your attention to here is something that we're all very familiar with. Right? We have issues with our water bill, with our electric bill, right? And part of the issues is a technical issue. It has nothing to do with the competency of, say, WAPA. WAPA is very competent and has good leadership. One of the issues they have is they have ailing infrastructure, and they have infrastructure that has failed them on automated meter reading. I've had conversations with WAPA's executive team, and Andy Smith and I are very close on this issue. He's been added to viNGN's board, and we plan to be able to tackle some of the issues that WAPA has by using viNGN's network. We can also work with the Department of Public Works with traffic lights, and when the park systems, they just received, I think, a $1.4 or $1.6 billion grant for security cameras for the parks. Those types of initiatives will also be on viNGN's network. So one of the things that you're seeing as a theme here is that viNGN's network is being used more readily in other digital life services that are now part of the modern age. My next slide is talking about the great opportunity, and I'm sure the headaches that will come with this listening tour. All right, that's me in the middle, just kind of sitting there listening. And so the whole idea is to get the community engaged, right? We want to hear from the community. We've spent 4 months creating a blueprint of how we want to use the NTIA monies to be able to reach the objectives of the administration as well as meet Governor Bryan's priorities. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be successful unless the community is bought in. So we plan to go on a listening tour, and that listening tour starts today, right? I asked for this meeting. And everybody warned me in my shop, don't do it, don't go to the Senate. It's just like, no, these are the people that represent us in the territory, and I welcome the engagement. And the engagement's important so that we can all be involved with the future of the Virgin Islands as it relates to the internet. The last 2 slides talk about stakeholders. This is not viNGN going it alone, right? As I mentioned, we have a very strong relationship with WAPA, and it's getting stronger by the week. We also have a strong relationship with Department of Public Works, and we have a bevy of independent contractors that have worked very closely with us in the past. All 3 of these stakeholders or who we'll be counting on to be able to build out our infrastructure to meet the goals that I have outlined. My last slide talks about strategic stakeholders. And these are programs, right? And so, again, viNGN can't do all the lifting alone. These are just some of the logos of entities that I have already spoken to or will be speaking to be able to get their involvement, to be able to use their resources as well as to provide resources to them, and for them to be able to provide us feedback. BIT is, of course, of all the entities we're in lockstep with. Director Ross and I have been in constant contact about this strategy, and I have his support. And we also opened a dialogue with the VI Housing and Finance Authority. This is an extremely important agency for us to be able to be aligned with and for us to listen to. I can't stress that enough, that we do have a strategy, but the strategy is only as effective as we listen and we incorporate what we learn from the feedback. Senators, that's all I have for my formal presentation today. And now would love to entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senate President Dayna Gregory. Welcome, Senator. I see the member. Before I go to you, Senator DeGraff, I'm going to let Senator Monica go first because they have an issue on the Big Island in water, so I'll let her go first, and then I appreciate that. But Mr. Adams, you said all of the community centers in the housing communities have Wi-Fi. I'm not seeing Contact Nose here. Do you know if Contact Nose has Wi-Fi? I don't think that Tenta is active like that, but still, do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I will investigate that.
I'll follow up before we finish. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 6 minutes. We cannot hear you, Senator.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to people listening and viewing audience of the Virgin Islands, and a special good afternoon to you, Dr. Adams. I want to just also put out, it's always refreshing. I want to say that you're another one of the directors of our agencies that have open communication with my office, and I always appreciate that, fast response. And so I just want to dive right in. First, I really commend the listening sessions you're going to be engaged in. It's really important as you do so. The one caveat, though, I want to, and you and I have had that dialogue already, you have to include the Board of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Education. The Department of Education itself, just standing alone with respect to education, you're going to end up where we are with a lot of our curriculum issues. In this particular case, with education and digital literacy, it really requires those three entities, even along, of course, with UVI as well, which they're already a part. So I really, really encourage you to kind of dive back in on looking at the partners and who you engage with. And certainly I will be reaching out to you in my capacity, as well as I'm already working with Assistant Commissioner, Acting Commissioner Soames regarding the education elements. So I want to move now to you, Dr. Adams, specifically to the internet services in our communities, in all the housing authority communities, which you've outlined in your testimony. And what initial assessments have you all done within the housing communities, and have you also prioritized those lists of housing communities you're going to go into first in terms of offering the services? I want to just point out, for example, you have older properties that might need more infrastructure support in order to move forward with internet in those areas.
Thank you, Senator. And also thank you for your support. You've been very gracious to me when we've had our discussions, so I do appreciate that. All of the public housing, there's when viNGN was built, there was fiber run to every location. So what we're doing is we're picking up the fiber at those locations, providing the Wi-Fi in the courtyards as a beginning place, as a starting point. One of the things that we're hearing is that enthusiastic support from the community when doing this. There's a little bit of leeriness around it, and part of that leeriness is, of course, this, are you spying on us? Like, no, we're providing value so you can get on the internet. That program has been very well received. Some builds are easier than others. The newer facilities or the more modern facilities are easier to build. Some of the older ones we build, but we understand from VIHA that not all of them will stand the test of time, right? Some of them are being replaced, and so we touch lightly with the places that are going to be replaced. But where we do have long-term viability with the buildings, we will run more and more fiber into all these locations. The ISPs have talked about doing this, but they have not done that, have not done this effort, and that's one of the reasons why we are doing it with these federal dollars.
Thank you. And speaking of the ISPs, how often do you engage with them over some of the current offerings? How often do you engage with them? Because I know that one of the things that has been a kind of a back and forth. How regularly do you engage with these ISPs in your capacity?
With the our two largest customers our largest customer is ironically Liberty, because as this committee remembers, I came in here causing all kinds of mess when AT&T was building their network, and now they're my largest customer. So with the CEOs of VIA and of Liberty, I meet with them often, one-on-one lunches and on the phones and Zoom meetings. And so I meet with them and tell them what we're doing. Some of these programs, quite frankly, they're not in support of, and some of the smaller ISPs even more so, less support. And the perspective that I'm hearing from them is they believe that we're overstepping our bounds of a middle mile network. And I keep reminding them that the last mile is still their domain. And time will tell for them, but we're doing every effort to be able to include them. One of the things of my listening tour is to be able to bring all the ISPs together and do an outline of the MM program, the middle mile program, and how they can get involved and how they can use our network more readily. One of the things that's important to mention about the larger ISPs in particular is they too have middle mile infrastructures, and they want to protect those investments. And so we have to be mindful of their investments and how we can integrate with them and not compete with them. So we're very mindful of that.
And CEO Adams, what is your relationship in terms with the Bureau of Information Technology? One of the concerns that constituents raised as decisions were being made where to put equipment, infrastructure, how will you work better with the BIT and also the ISPs to really get out to the public? Because as these infrastructures are built out, a lot of construction is going to take place. How are you working to really engage the community as to what they're going to face in terms of the construction elements of this infrastructure building?
Excellent. One of the things that we're doing that's different from the past is that we're very mindful of the destructive nature of undergrounding fiber. Right, it wasn't well received when viNGN did it. It wasn't well received when AT&T did it. We plan to use more of WAPA's network to be able to use their composite poles to hang more of our fiber, and also we have an exclusive relationship with WAPA for the conduit, the communications conduit that's in their undergrounding program, and we plan to use that as well as license that or fiber to the ISPs so they can get to the homes.
Thank you. And I know my time was called, and just Chair, if I just quickly close.
Proceed.
Wrap up. And just a final statement. I just want to express that overall we're trying to get cheaper, more faster internet for our people, and that's just going to really require that we move forward and to push back against ISPs to have to know that, especially in the housing communities and in our senior areas, those are persons who are in most need. So this is not about necessarily a business model element. This is about supporting us going forward and supporting the needs of our people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Mr. Adams, in respect to You can go ahead. In respect to the middle mile, I know your framework basically is at much of the outline stages, but I'm not hearing anything about affordability. Can you speak to that?
and affordability in the middle mile.
Yeah.
For
For,
the
for middle income families, you know?
Yeah, it's that's if there's Achilles heel to viNGN and our ability to lower pricing, wholesale pricing, is exactly this issue. The issue of the middle mile, viNGN has a fixed cost, and our fixed costs allow us to be able to only go so low before we cannot meet our mandate, which is to provide widespread internet access at a lower price and with a resilient network. One of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to diversify our revenue streams so that we can subsidize more of the wholesale pricing. And in this infrastructure deployment that we plan to do, we plan to use that monies in ways that help the ISPs provide lower prices because we can then provide better wholesale pricing for them.
And what are the time frames?
The planning phase is with NTIA is the next 12 months. We plan to start our development much sooner than the other states. Our goal is to be able to get ahead of the other states. And there's a very specific reason for that. Right now, when viNGN buys fiber or communication equipment, the lead time is anywhere between 4 to 6 months. Once Texas, Florida, California, and New York start ordering fiber and equipment and bucket trucks, we're expecting that timeline to be able to balloon to maybe even a year. And in that particular time, of course, prices will go up. So we'll get a lot less for our dollars. It's one of the reasons why I'm being very aggressive, why we are being very aggressive on our deployment strategy to get ahead of the big states.
Not only aggressive, but strategic.
Yes.
You're being very strategic, which makes sense. Thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Testifier. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you.
That's great to hear. Well, let me start off with, could you look into, I don't know what would be the process to try get hotspots through the American Legions to serve the veteran population? I don't know how that works. Also on in the territory, senior facilities, in getting hotspots into senior facilities, because we have some savvy seniors. And also, I haven't seen my neighborhood, Savan. I need one in Savan, Romeo Malone Community Center, again, to assist with the individuals. So you could look at those in your hotspot. I didn't see those mentioned. In your testimony, you mentioned there's an initiative by the U.S. Department Commerce's National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA. Then it goes on to state that NTIA has established 2 formulaic public grants for every state and territory and 1 national competitive grant that is open to both the public and private sectors. Internet for All program funds must be administered through a broadband office in each state or territory's governor's office Governor Bryan has designated viNGN to manage the NTIA broadband grant programs. He has also named me the director of the U.S. Virgin Islands Broadband Office. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Based on what I'm understanding viNGN to be now.
I can understand how that can be perceived as a conflict, but NTIA has said that it is not a conflict,
okay.
Mainly because of the qualifications that viNGN and I have to be able to manage these programs in a most judicious fashion. So you are getting at the core of the fact that viNGN and the Office of the Broadband, I'm wearing both those hats, as is my agency. And we're doing as much as we can to make sure that our outward communication, when it's viNGN, we're clear about that. When it's the Office of the Broadband, it's clearly that. But one of the values of having viNGN manage this program is because the local government and the federal government have already invested $100 million into viNGN. If you layered another office on top of it, we don't know what we might get. We might not get the maximum value of our investment. And quite frankly, we have not gotten our full value back out of viNGN. I'll be the first one to say that. So this program is actually a way for us to be able to get that ROI back that you're referring to. So some of the ISPs are asking the exact same question you are. Why are you wearing this hat, right? This hat could have been worn by BIT. Rupert and I talked about that, and I raised my hand. I said I wanted it because I believe that it helps us further viNGN's objective of lowering prices, making it more available, the internet, as well as making our network more resilient. We don't know what's going to happen in the private sector. And if Governor Bryan would have created a separate office and staffed it with somebody else, we do not know if that somebody else or agency would be competitive with what with the territory's investment already in viNGN.
That's debatable, but again, what's written is what's read. So I go based on what's written is what's read. So,
well, this is, let me actually.
So out of the $45 billion put out by the U.S. government, how much of that money comes to the territory that you are managing in your capacity? 45 billion.
Oh, I mean, 24 million is guaranteed
to the USVI.
USVI 24 is guaranteed.
You manage that for the USVI.
Yes, the Office of Broadband.
How much of that do you determine goes to your company? Oh, I do apologize if I'm moving too fast. Because I'm saying now your company is in first line to update. I was under the impression that viNGN was on a level, and then when you have VIA and you have Liberty and those other entities, they were separate entities. But now you are stating you compete with them.
No, we do not compete with them because viNGN does not provide last mile service. Last mile service is actually the service that when you get a bill, that's the last mile carrier.
1 minute.
We do not do, we are the middle mile, which is we provide the backbone to the internet, which is why this program is with viNGN. Our job, if we do it right, is that of the monies, of the 24 million that's guaranteed, at least, we will disseminate most of that money. Some of that money will go into expanding viNGN's infrastructure. As far as my salary, it stays the same. As far as the people on my team that are working on the project, it stays the same. If anything, we're not, I have double duty and I get paid the same. I have 2 jobs now. But it's the 2 jobs that I think that are the most important jobs to bring together for this initiative to be successful.
Okay, and like I say, I got you based on that, but let me try again some other question,
Okay.
but I will come back to that because again now, for all the hotspots that I've seen you're providing with this document you gave us, what kind of security do you have, or is it viNGN's opportunity job to provide the security for these hotspots in terms of people putting out the information, and how secure are these hotspots around the territory?
You physically secured or the data over them?
Well, both. The data is what does the damage when people decide to go and do the banking online and stuff at these centers and different things like that. That kind of security and physical security also.
Okay, viNGN's hotspot network is an unsecured network. So you're basically on it at your own risk. It's the same as if you go to the Miami airport and you jump on the Miami airport network. That's an unsecured network. Same thing with any network that's in the public domain. As time goes on, we will tighten up the network, but there's certain things you can't do on the Wi-Fi network that's attached to viNGN's network, right? We limit certain content that you cannot access through our network, and we do that intentionally. Of the sites that I have on this sheet, the 60 sites, this is just the beginning. We have 176 hotspots. By the time we're done with this program, we will have over 1,000 hotspots. There won't be a place in the territory you won't be able to go without hitting one of viNGN's hotspots, and it'll be free. Right? I think that's the most important thing here. When you look at the states, you look at a state like California, or even if you look at a small state like Maine, they can't say that, right? They can't use the internet and say, no matter where you go in the state, you'll have free access, right? This is important not only for the viNGN residents, but for our tourism industry, right? When someone comes off a boat, someone comes on a plane, they come into the territory and say, one of the reasons I come here is because I want to be a digital nomad. I want to work remotely. And I want to work anywhere in the Virgin Islands. And I know that I always have connectivity to high-speed bandwidth. That's a selling point for us in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and the indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Mr. Adams, let me ask you, you stated the $24 million of the billion that's coming through that we are guaranteed to get. And you say all of it is going to viNGN. So in terms of subsidies, etc., to the providers, so nothing will be going toward them to assist in driving on that cost for the customers in the territory. Have that been considered?
So I'd like to clarify. The $24 million that are coming to the territory is not going to viNGN's bank account. And we don't get to then, give me a bonus. Although that'd be nice. So it doesn't come to us directly. What happens is that we are the stewards of this money. So the $24 million that's guaranteed to come, we are the stewards to be able to create a broadband strategy, which the presentation I presided is the framework of what we plan to do. Some of the infrastructure development, viNGN will develop, and in other instances, we'll rely on ISPs. Like, for instance, when we provide fiber to all the public housing units, we're not going to provide the service. That's a service that will be provided by the ISPs. That's their opportunity. So viNGN is, it's a pass-through for us. The NTIA is very stringent on what we can and can't do. We're actually going through the application process today. Matter of fact, tomorrow we actually have a deadline that we're feverishly trying to meet. But viNGN is not keeping this money. This money is to go out into the community. And one more I'd like to clarify on community involvement. Community involvement doesn't just mean meeting and say, give me your ideas. We plan to offer Elisa, how many grants? How many sub-grantees that we're going to do? Okay, so for instance,
make sure you speak into the mic every time you speak. Please.
I was asking my colleague about sub-grants. So we plan to offer 5,000 sub-grants. Yeah, 15 recipients of $5,000 grants each to be able to prepare proposals for the digital equity portion of our program. So we're giving money out into the community, right? We're not keeping the money.
Thank you for that, and I want to clarify one more thing before you get your point of increase, Senator DeGraff. I know earlier in your statement you said you asked for this meeting. But I want to clarify that you were not able to attend the last meeting with all of the other providers, so we asked that you do come in, and you asked to come in on this date, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Senator Graff, your point of inquiry?
Yes, I will just, because you mentioned it a couple of times, what is your salary as a director?
I'm not sure if I can talk about that without my board.
Okay, because I'm saying you mentioned it a couple of times as to, You can. That's public information. So it's okay. It is.
Well, it's not public information. If it was public information, the question wouldn't be posed to me about my salary. I would say that I'm well compensated, but I'm not compensated like some other people.
Well,
I'm not sure what you're getting. I'm not sure what you're getting at about my compensation.
Through the chair, Ms. You could inquire that if we got to do it through the board, if we can't do it here. But I think, again, you're a government employee, so it is a part of, and you went down that road in terms of telling me that your salary won't be changed in any way. So that's
I was making a reference. I was making a reference to the fact that viNGN
that's all it was.
Wait. Both of you guys can speak at the same time, please.
That's all it was. You mentioned it, so I went down the road. But so I requested that from the board if we have to.
Question.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams, is your agency a public agency or private?
Private.
It's a private
We're a
agency.
solely owned subsidiary of the PFA.
Very well. We'll request that information through the board. Senator, point of increase, Senator VLA.
The PFA is not a private entity.
No, sir.
Nor are any of the subsidiaries under the PFA considered a private entity? You're getting federal funds to serve the public. What's the hesitancy in saying what your salary is? What's a big secret?
Well, we actually do. 100% of our budget is made from the ISPs. We do not. We receive federal dollars when viNGN was built.
That's not the question. What's your hesitancy in saying what your salary is?
I just don't publicly, unless it's public knowledge, and I haven't spoken to my board about salaries, because then we can ask salaries about all of my employees, and I don't think that my salary, and those of the employees are something that should be in the public domain unless my board authorizes the release of the salaries.
I totally don't agree with you.
Okay.
There should be no hesitancy for anyone that is working under any entity of the Virgin Islands government to state their salary. There should be none.
Well, I defer to my board.
You ain't got to defer to nothing. You just don't want to say the answer because you know you're making a warm salary, a couple $100,000, and you just don't want to put it on the record.
I can say that I do not.
And you should be able to say that. The president of the university comes here. He says what his salary is, Port Authority, all other entity. So I don't know why it's this big secret as to what is your salary.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viola.
I do not make more than $200,000, so I can state that. I can state that much.
That does nothing else.
So.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Bolkes, you recognize for yours 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, CEO Adams.
Afternoon.
I'd like to say, in this day and age, I believe that access to the internet is more of a necessity than a luxury. Access to the internet opens up a multitude of services and opportunities. And as a proponent of e-government, I believe it's very important that our government provides services for our people. Because as a resident of St. John, where we don't have that many agencies and have to pay 30%, 50% more than anybody else to travel in order to get access to these agencies, we'd like to see more e-government for the Virgin Islands. You provided us with a copy of a listing of Wi-Fi hotspots throughout the Virgin Islands. I noticed that St. John had approximately 8, of which I didn't see any in Coral Bay. Are there any plans to expand out to Coral Bay in that area?
Yes, Senator. St. John is it's challenging for us, but given the fact that our CIO is a native of St. John, is of course high on our priority list. After the hurricanes Irma and Maria, our infrastructure to Coral Bay was destroyed. And we are actually working with FEMA now to be able to rebuild that infrastructure. Once we rebuild that infrastructure, we will have those long runs. Of everything on viNGN's network, that run is the most expensive part of our network. So it is actually, we have a public, a PW out, a public worksheet out with FEMA to be able to rebuild that part of our network so that we can provide services out there.
Any specific timeline for that?
As soon as FEMA gives us a green light, we'll be in business. So we're hopeful that it'll be sometime next year. We're trying to get it done sooner. We are experimenting with some wireless technology, laser technology, to try to speed that up. But those are just experiments right now with Google that we're experimenting with, some pretty neat technology. But we don't have a firm date yet.
Well, I'll look forward to hearing some updates about that the next time you see us.
Yes.
I understand that a lot of your income for viNGN comes from selling ISPs. And I understand that in 2020, the ISPs that you sold were about 3.6 million. In 2021, 4 million. Where are we right now in 2022? About how much have you sold?
We're about the same. You know, we don't fluctuate that much. If anything, in the coming years, it will most likely go down. And it will go down because our largest customer, Liberty, has a redundant middle mile network, and we expect them to be able to use more of their network over time. However, we believe that we may offset that by selling more infrastructure to them.
Okay. How many ISPs do you currently have?
We have 13 I believe 14 ISPs.
Okay.
Actually, all of the ISPs in the territory are a customer of viNGN, including Via.
Okay, thank you for that. Fiber to home.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a reality are we looking at for fiber to home?
So fiber to home that's a very interesting one because fiber to home is the last mile. So although when the regs came out for it, viNGN could not compete for the Connect USVI, and there was Connect Puerto Rico. Those are the two initiatives that were in the Caribbean. And Broadband VI, before purchased by Liberty, won that contract. I believe it's a $89 million contract to be able to do fiber to the home. So they are required to be able to provide underground fiber access to every resident and business in the territory. And my understanding, and of course it's my understanding, Liberty has to speak to this themselves, but my understanding is that they will use the monies that they won from the FCC in that competition, as well as their own investments to be able to make that a reality.
I'm hoping to see that transpire. I think it's very important.
Can I piggyback on top of your question?
Yeah, of course.
I'd like to piggyback on that question because I think it's a very salient one to one of the things that I mentioned about why run Wi-Fi to neighborhoods is because we don't know what the pricing is going to be, right? Fiber to the home is a very laudable exercise, and it's something that should occur. However, we don't know what that price is going to be, and then there's also the idea of 5G, and people talk about 5G and what that means. It's very difficult to do 5G in this territory, extremely difficult. So we want to make sure that the baseline is that every neighborhood has some connectivity to broadband through the expansion of our Wi-Fi in the community.
30 seconds.
I think that fiber to home will exponentially change communications during disaster times.
Absolutely.
For instance, Wi-Fi, we can't always depend on it because it depends on the environment and what's taking place. But straight to home, eventually, hopefully in the future, it will exponentially change the lives of people. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that becoming a reality. Thank you for the time, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquez. Mr. Adam, you spoke to it being extremely difficult to have 5G here in the territory. Can you expound on that for me, please?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So 5G is just it's a protocol, and it's a frequency. And one of the things about 5G, like right now throughout the territory, we have cellular towers on mountaintops, and in some places they're lower in densely populated areas. And that's how you get a signal on your phone. So, when you get 4G on your phone or LTE on your phone, it's because you're talking to one of those towers. 5G requires a whole lot more of these towers to be close together, and you have to see each other. That's why in places like Los Angeles, it's easy to do 5G because the population is very dense, it's very big, and the area is flat. In a place like St. Thomas, you would have to put towers everywhere. You couldn't drive anywhere without the tower. And not only that, the population density isn't here to be able to get the economic return on that type of investment. Now, of course, if the ISPs were here, they would argue that point, but this is my understanding of the technology that I'm very well astute in.
Thank you for that. Senator Saru? No, not Senator Saru. Senator Villalobos was here before you?
I just want to go.
Villalobos was here before you, but I'll let you go. Go ahead.
It's fine. You can go. Sure.
Go ahead, Senator Saru. You got the mic.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is from a layman's perspective, right? You said that the underserved locations are going to receive 25 over 3, that's what that is? Mbps?
Yes.
And the underserved 120 bps.
Yes.
So this is the expected speed that each user will receive.
No. So what the Biden administration is saying is that their definition of unserved is any place in the territory where if you're connected to the internet, it's 25 megabytes per second download.
So this is the definition.
That's the definition. So the goal is 100 up and down.
Okay. So the speed that we're looking for is 100 up and down.
Yes.
For mega Mbps, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you look across the nation, we have some, you know what's frustrating from a layman's perspective? We have fiber we have 3 tranches. You have your tranche, viNGN, you have VIA, and you have AT&T.
Yeah.
Right? We have a lot of fiber in the ground. So why is fiber internet so hard? Because realistically speaking, like I went on VIA's website, you're paying $149 a month. $149 a month for, I think is some mega 80, not even a gigabyte.
Right.
Not even 1 gig. So what is the delay in the fiber internet? I get the Wi-Fi initiatives, but if we are creating a structured poor class, because when you have to, the times have changed, learning has changed. In school, the professor's telling you to download a video, make a video, go on YouTube. That requires high-speed internet. And what we're offering is like telling me I paying it's like I paying $40,000 for a Sprint. Remember the Sprint cars? So could you explain to me, as a student who is in school that needs the internet for my projects, that I'm paying $149 for 80 Mbps?
Right.
Mbps, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me that initiative on viNGN to really bring fiber internet to the home.
Okay, this is a really really packed question that you're asking, and it's a very
I'm all ears.
Important one, because this question gets at the heart. It gets at the heart of why is it so expensive for internet in the territory. So there's 3 reasons that I believe we have internet pricing the way it is. One is the one that you touched upon. We have 3 middle mile networks. We have 3 middle mile networks, and we have 100,000 residents on a good census day. The math doesn't work from the standpoint of investment, right? Each one of these networks costs $100 million. So we have $300 million worth of fiber in the ground for 100,000 residents, right? So you don't get the economies of scale on the investment. So if you look at a place like New York, or you look at a place or like downtown Los Angeles, or even where I'm from, Oakland, California, where we have 340,000 residents, right? It's 3 times the size. We only have 1 fiber carrier. So the investment that the fiber carrier puts into it, they can amortize that over a lot of people, right? So here you have 3 networks of $100 million each. You can't amortize it over 100,000 people and make that work. So the investment that VIA makes, that Liberty makes, that viNGN has made in these middle mile networks, we'll never get those returns back.
So is getting fiber network to the home 1 gig impossible?
No, it's not impossible.
So what's holding us back is that we're not able to make a profit?
Us or the ISPs?
The ISPs.
The ISPs are challenged because their infrastructure costs for equipment is the same for one island as it would be for one neighborhood in Oakland. But in Oakland, we have so many more people to use that, so the economics aren't there.
So what do you propose? Because we can't have the same discussion as we move into the 21st century to say, well, you can't provide any fiber internet for or 1 gig for an affordable rate because the ISP can't afford it. Like, there has to be something on the table for us.
Yeah, we're trying to. This is where I don't see where viNGN, the ISPs, the larger ISPs have a challenge. And the challenge is they have invested great sums of money in their network, and they want to get that back and get a return for their shareholders, which is laudable. I mean, that's what commercialization is all about. But the challenge that they have is that they can't get the money, they can't get the ROI back on these networks if there's multiple networks.
Because the internet has become the internet is like water and food and the rest. It is a commodity. And I just did a speed test here on my phone, right, with no Wi-Fi. And my phone is faster than the lowest package available for VIA. I mean,
30 seconds.
At some point, the discourse has to change from, I don't know if, I really don't know the answer. This is not my lane. I just know the problem because we live it. And I am hoping that a solution is proposed by the experts, by viNGN, the VIAs of the world, the AT&Ts of the world. And how do you get fiber internet 1 gig to a home? People literally, we talk about remote work. You can't afford $150 in slow, boat to China internet and still paying an exorbitant WAPA cost and everything else. I mean, we really, so we can't talk about being this, you just said being a digital nomad. Who coming to be a nomad here with internet that moving one today, one tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that because you're absolutely right. But I will tell you this much. One of the goals of this program and one of the central aims of mine with the ISPs is to be able to help them with their cost structure, right? The more monies that viNGN can help the ISPs lower their capital costs in building out their networks and providing fiber, the better it is. So, for instance, that's why we have this exclusive right to WAPA's conduit that's in the ground to be able to get to the home. Getting to the home is the easy part. The hard part is to be able to make the economics work that you can make a profit off of it. For viNGN, there's only one solution to this, and it's not a popular solution, and it's not one that I'm advocating. Again, I'm not advocating it, but it's just like it's like in most of the big cities, like you have one provider, right? I even advocated at one point when the beginning of my tenure that viNGN should provide last mile connectivity. And Governor Bryan said that's a non-starter, and we never had that conversation again because we wanted to have a thriving private sector. And so I believe that that's an important thing to do, but the private sector has to figure out how to control the costs and provide value. That's
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to conclude, we have an RT park that we're pushing technology, right? And you want technological companies to come here with slow internet. That's what we have, slow internet. And then I remember sitting in this very same chair, and it was you, Mr. Adams, and the head of IT for VIA. And it was admitted by both of you that we had so much fiber in the ground, we could provide the entire Caribbean and the northern part of Africa with fiber. Literally. So I don't know how you have a territory loaded with fiber, and fiber internet is just like, it's just this far-fetched ideology. And I will conclude, Mr. Chair, but I don't know what happened along the way. We allow everybody to dig up the road, put fiber. We can't make it to the last mile. We stopping at the middle of the race. No mile left, can't get there. And we're paying $149, not even for a gigabyte of internet. And that is a necessity. We sit in his chambers and the thing, and St. Croix fall off, and you have to wait for him to come back up again. That can't be how we run a government. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sebo. Dr. Adams?
May I make a statement? I'd like to make a statement about that last part that you said, Senator, about this chamber. This chamber actually has fiber to it. It has a gig to this building, right? But depending on your service provider, that's not viNGN's fault, right? viNGN provides fiber to this building. If your internet drops off, it's not because of the fiber.
I ain't blaming you, I just talking about.
I know. I just want to make it clear on the record.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said you have access to WAPA conduits to the homes?
Yes, we have access, as WAPA is doing their power undergrounding project.
You're talking futuristically.
I'm sorry, Senator.
You're talking in the future, not now.
No, currently, right now, WAPA is doing a power undergrounding project.
Yeah, but it's a main road. I don't know it to be to homes.
But okay, so like in Frederickstead right now, WAPA has run underground power to most of the homes in Frederickstead. It will be eventually to all of them. Along with those power lines that they're running underground, they're running communications conduit as well. viNGN will use those communications conduit to run fiber to the home for the ISPs to be able to provide services.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up because I don't want individuals to think you're coming into all of the neighborhoods or WAPA has conduits in all of the inner neighborhoods, because I know they don't, and it's more the main roads that they're going to be doing the underground in. You said that you want to change the public community centers to public technology center?
Yes, sir.
Which public community center is open? Because the public community centers were built and they were all closed. No one had access to any of them that were in the housing projects, any place that I could think about. So we're going to have public technology centers that are going to be open, or it's going to be like the public community center that are closed?
The public community centers were closed because they weren't manned properly and they became nuisance.
Okay.
And
so stop right there. So if you switch it over to public technology center, are we still going to have the problem with no one to open the center, nobody's manning it?
No, so it'll be different.
How?
What'll be different is in the NTA or in the digital equity part of the NTIA program, there's $7 million earmarked specifically for community-based programs. We plan to elicit...
Okay, that's a one-time grant. I'm talking about having community technology centers and having them open on an annual basis. Has there been a discussion with the government of the Virgin Islands or with the housing community, housing authority, or with Department of Education that these public technology centers will have a plan as to how they're going to remain open?
That is what we are working on.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no, today.
Has the NTIA been concerned with your plan to run fiber to the homes or run fiber in the neighborhood?
No, in fact, the NTIA guidelines encourages the...
Let me change the question, because you're going to give me a smart answer. Have they asked you not to be a competitor?
Excuse me?
Have they asked you not to be a competitor with ISPs in the Virgin Islands?
No, contrary to that.
What have they said?
They have said that we could become a competitor to the ISPs.
So which other entity that is established like yours, like the viNGN, that's a competitor? You said you came from California. Mm-hmm. Do they compete with the ISPs?
Well, the middle mile carriers are the ISPs in California. So Cox Communications, you look at Cox Communications, or where I'm from in California, it would be Comcast. They are the middle mile carrier and the internet provider.
So you're saying that in California there's only one ISP?
No, there's multiples, but they all own their networks like Via does.
And they all connect to the middle mile, but they are not the middle mile.
We're unique because we have both ISPs that have middle mile network, and we also have a government that created a middle mile network, but the government does not provide ISP services. That's the difference.
No, in California, it's not a competition with the government-sponsored entity. No. It is not a competition, and I'm not saying that at all. Have you submitted a completed application for the third grant opportunity, the Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure Program?
We are submitting our grant. We're preparing our applications now.
So we haven't completed the application.
The application is due tomorrow.
And we turning it in tomorrow.
We're turning it in after this Senate hearing.
One day before.
No, it's
1 minute.
You said
it's a
tomorrow.
it's a follow-on. We've actually submitted it 2 weeks ago. I mean, a week ago.
The $10.8 million. You said community Wi-Fi to support telemedicine. What does this look like?
That's a fun one. What it looks like is that with telemedicine, it's when you want to be able to see your doctor on.
No, I know what telemedicine is. What is this $10.8 million in support of telemedicine going to be?
Oh, I see. The ARPA grant the pending ARPA grant is for twofold.
Now, let me change the question. You already have the middle mile, correct?
Yes.
Is there fiber to the hospitals?
Yes.
So what is the $10.8 million going to be? How is it going to be spent to support telemedicine when you already have fiber to the hospital? What else you need to provide telemedicine to the hospital? You already have the middle mile, you have the fiber to the hospital. What is this $10.8 million going to be spent on?
The $10.8 million, there's a laundry list of things that money's for. The overall...
Telemedicine, stick with telemedicine.
Okay, telemedicine, wearables.
What?
Wearables.
What is wearables?
iWatches, iPads, to be able to support telemedicine for the seniors who don't have an iPad to be able to connect to the hospital themselves.
Give me the budget, $10.8 million. How much iPads you buying?
I was going to give a rundown of how that money's spent, and I'd like to do that. The way the money's spent is that all this Wi-Fi deployment that we're doing in the territory is straining our network. Our network communications gear has not been updated since the network was built. It was built to be able to handle the internet of 10 years ago. The internet of today is straining. So part of the $10 million, $3 million of that money, of the $10.8 million, is to upgrade viNGN's core communications gear. Just to give you an idea of what will happen if we don't do it.
Go ahead to the next step. You have $7.8 million left.
Of the 7.8 that's left, there is monies to pay for all the broadband, which is $6 million of it, is for broadband. It's to pay for the transit for all the data traffic for the next 5 years that goes between the Virgin Islands and the mainland. So the rest that's left over is actually for...
To pay for all the traffic that goes between the Virgin Islands and the mainland?
For the next 5 years.
You're not charging the ISP?
Yes, it's to be able to subsidize that. That's where the subsidization comes.
So you
for those who are on our network, not all the ISPs
What is the
on our
present
network.
cost?
Excuse me?
What is the present cost of that data between the Virgin Islands and the network?
I don't have that handy.
But you got to have it because you carving out $6 million. So what is the overall cost? If you're telling me the overall cost is $18 million, you're subsidizing $6 million, so they're going to receive a 33% reduction that we should see on our bills. What is that? Why are you subsidizing what is presently being paid for? And how is that going to impact the costs to Virgin Islanders? If you're subsidizing the data from ISPs that are purchasing it from you, then that subsidy must be passed on to the residents.
Not all the ISPs buy their data from us. Buyer for one does
Whoever
not.
buy it.
Excuse me?
Whoever. So you're saying that you don't know the cost?
I know some costs, not off the top of my head. Some costs I don't know off the top of my head. No, sir. But I can get you those costs, and I can provide them to you by tomorrow.
I think this government need to reduce, if it's possible, reduce the amount of monies and the ARPA that is being given to this entity, because I don't see how you're going to be spending the money. And if you have to be creative and make stuff up, we need to spend the money perhaps directly on healthcare. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bielli. Senator Bolquist, point of inquiry. Point of inquiry.
CEO Adams?
Yes,
You
sir.
made mention of a strain on the network currently and it needs to be upgraded.
Yes.
What type of overhaul are we talking about, and are you in discussions with that process, and what does it cost?
Thank you for that question, because that's very important to the last question. And what's important about that question is the significance of us not doing a communications upgrade. The viNGN's network consists of 24 what we call fiber access points, or FAPs. little buildings that you see on the side of the roads. Those little buildings carry all of our communications gear on our middle mile network. We also have gear in Miami, and we have gear in New York. Those are called ASRs. Those are the machines that talk back to our FAPs that allow us to transport internet packages back and forth. Those computers, routers, and switches were installed 10 years ago. The life of all of that equipment is 5 years. Matter of fact, our equipment is so old that if it fails, our whole internet will go down, and the company Cisco that we buy equipment from does not have replacement parts, and there's no black market for it. If we do not replace this equipment and any of it fails, the entire territory will go dark. And it's not for a day. It'll be for months. So that's the significance of why this ARPA grant is so important, because it's not only to be able to provide Wi-Fi, telemedicine, but it's also to upgrade our core communication gear. And if we do not upgrade it, and if that money is reduced, and we don't upgrade that gear, we are putting the Virgin Islands in jeopardy. This chamber would not be able to operate if that gear fails. That's how significant it is.
So has the board had discussions about what you just mentioned?
Yes, the board has authorized, because of what I've just mentioned, the PFA is aware of it, and the ARPA grant from the federal government agrees with it as well, and that's why we have been awarded $10.8 million for this upgrade, as well as to be able to provide more extensive Wi-Fi for telemedicine and for community Wi-Fi, and to upgrade our communications, as well as provide bandwidth for the territory for the next 5 years.
Have you developed a cost associated with this whole revamping or overhaul?
Yes, and it comes to $10.8 million.
That's it? Okay.
That's it.
All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
For the next 5 years.
Senator Croix, you're new, but you asked 3 questions. When you get appointed, 1 question. But you were on a roll, so I'll let you complete. I'll let you complete. You on a roll. Okay. Senator Fred Gregory, you're next. But let me ask 1 quick question as a follow-up. You said if you don't do it, I need to hear the rest of that. That if you do not do it, what happens?
I'd like to give a scenario of what happens when you don't do these types of upgrades. There's the island of Tonga. There was a volcanic eruption and a tsunami last February, and that volcano eruption and tsunami wiped out their internet infrastructure. The population of the island is 125,000 people, and the entire island was dark for 5 weeks. That's exactly what would happen here. If we don't upgrade this equipment and it fails, which it could, we're doing everything we can. We have a very, very strong CIO who's keeping it running with he and his team, and we're doing everything we can. But if we do not replace this equipment, it's not going to last forever. And if it does fail, our entire government, which relies on viNGN's network, will be dark.
How much time do we have?
It's
based
not
on your assessment.
It's not like a ticking clock that it can. I mean, it could. We did an upgrade and moving of some of that equipment this weekend, and we spent 2 weeks going through all these different scenarios to make sure that if there was a failure, that we have a fail safe in that event. But it's imperative that this ARPA grant upgrades our equipment and continues with Governor Bryan's initiative of expanding Wi-Fi throughout the territory.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the viNGN family, as well as to the people of the Virgin Islands. Let's go back to the grant. So I need to be clear. Is this a direct grant coming from the federal government, or this is a part of the funding that was received by the Office of the Governor, and it's been divvied out to you in this manner?
The office, the USVI Office of Broadband is the direct recipient of the $24 million.
The 10.8.
Oh, the 10 point, I'm sorry. The 10.8 would go directly to viNGN through an ARPA grant
From?
from OMB.
Okay, so that comes through the Office of Management and Budget. So that's a carve out. Okay. I hear the conversation around it, and the concern around the 10.8 Wi-Fi being only, it comes across as if the support is only to telemedicine, but I suspect that if we support telemedicine, everybody wins, because it's not going to be only to those folks who are tied to telemedicine, but we are all going to benefit from that support. Is that an accurate?
That is 100% correct.
Okay, thank you.
Telemedicine is the moniker of how to get this money in here.
I get it. Okay, so thank you for that. I think it was important that we clear it up. Now, we talked about digital literacy. What is your relationship around this digital literacy conversation with the Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Ed?
As far as the IO Academy program, or just digital literacy in general?
Well, you spoke to digital literacy, so it's digital literacy in general.
Digital literacy in general is the domain of the Department of Education, not viNGN. However, what we want to do is we want to use technology to be able to help them in spreading digital literacy programs. And the way that we have tried to do that is...
So don't go too far. So there is a relationship between viNGN and Department of Ed in particular?
Yes, there is.
So that's what I want to make sure, that there is that collaboration taking place.
Sorry, yes, there is.
And that's an affirmative. Okay. Now, let's talk about your outstanding bonds. What's that? What does that number look like?
My outstanding balance?
Bonds.
Oh, outstanding bonds. Yes.
What does that number look like?
I think the outstanding bond number is $38 million.
And who's paying that bill?
That bill rests with PFA.
Okay, so the bill is rests with PFA. And we are, is there any conversation about any bond refunding and leveraging some of these dollars that we're receiving to help us with the bond refunding so we could do more?
The monies from the NTIA cannot be used for bond repayment.
Okay. What about the other funding?
My understanding that the ARPA monies cannot be used for bond repayment.
Okay, so we still have the 30. How much of that 30K do you pay out monthly or quarterly or whatever that obligation is that comes out of your coffers?
Currently, viNGN is not servicing that bond. That is an obligation of OMB.
So you're not servicing
I
that
mean,
bond.
PFA.
Now, so let's talk about revenue generation, because I know that you are high and big on revenue generation for the overall for viNGN. Is there any discussion about us expanding our middle mile to the Caribbean? And when I say Caribbean, I'm talking about, let's just start with Tortola.
Yes, there's active conversations about exactly that.
Okay, so is it conversation that you see that there'll be some light at the end of the tunnel, or is just conversation?
It's conversation. I personally have written a strategy document for that and some of the new technologies that we are using from Google is an experiment to be able to connect the Virgin Islands to Tortola specifically. So we actually have right now that technology running as a test, and we have affirmed that we could use it to connect the Virgin Islands with the British Virgin Islands.
Okay, so have we generated any interest from the leadership of the British Virgin Islands?
I believe that the Bryan administration is actually actively exploring that, but I'm not at liberty to speak about that because I'm not directly involved with the conversations themselves.
Okay, because that conversation has been a conversation for a while, and folks like myself, we did have it on our platform when we ran in 2018. So there has been significant discussion around it, and we are 3.5 years in, and it's important that we have some perspective as to whether or not this is something that can even come to fruition.
Technically, it can.
Yes, I figure, but there must be interest on the other side because
Yes.
it's a major revenue generator. I'm talking about the banks in the BVI, et cetera.
I wholeheartely agree with that,
Okay,
especially with the services that could come with that.
Absolutely. So now let's talk about, you talked about the housing communities and internet access. And of course, there's this overarching concern that we are going to, it gives the impression that we are taking away, and when I say we, we're all government, right? So viNGN is taking away the business.
We conclude. Go ahead.
Yes, taking away
Continue.
business from the last milers, if you will. Now, when I read, I was under that impression, but when I went back and I read it, you're basically saying that you're offering a voucher to families in the housing communities, a $30 or $100 credit towards the purchase of an internet access device. Now, has there been an assessment to determine how many individuals or homes in our housing communities are absent of internet access?
So part of the NTA monies has, on the front end of it, it has studies that we need to do that we hope to partner with the University of the Virgin Islands to be able to determine exactly that. The FCC is publishing maps that says in every jurisdiction in the United States, including here, using census data and data provided by the telecommunications companies here and ISPs, where there is the internet. I'm making the assumption that everybody who is in public housing is underserved or unserved. By making that assumption...
1 second. So you can't make that assumption, right? Because that's just not an accurate assumption. I'm asking how, if we haven't done the assessment, how do we know what is going to cost us? How are we aligning these dollars? I think the primary concern is ensuring that we align these dollars and we make the best use of them. So it may be difficult for you to conduct the assessment, but what is the relationship between yourself, your viNGN, and let's say Virgin Islands Housing Authority, if you will, as well as HFA, because they do have those moderate income homes as well.
We are asking them for that data. viNGN is not making that assessment. We're asking them to make that assessment for us. When the FCC maps come out, we will share those maps with them and say, is this accurate? If it's not accurate, help us correct it. We also plan to be able to offer a grant to the University of Virgin Islands. They don't know this yet, but they do now, is to be able to help us determine if these maps are correct or not. The federal government has a certain understanding of what they think is served and underserved in the territory. We need to validate that. And so we are going to use some of the NTA monies to actually do that, is to validate it. We believe that the agency's best to do that is not viNGN, but it is the housing authorities to be able to tell us that. And we actually have opened up a dialogue for precisely that. We also partnered with AARP to also help us get us data on the seniors and what's the internet accessibility by the seniors in our community.
Well, my time has been called, and your responses are long, but I want to thank Mr. Chair for the leeway, and hopefully we'll be able to continue this discussion this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Yeah, we are going to have one more round. Mr. Adams, you spoke to in your statement that communities that submit application for the PED program must submit a community plan within 270 days of receiving the planning funds. Correct?
Yes.
So when did the VI receive the planning funds, and how much did we receive?
We have not received any planning funds to date. We are filling out our application for those planning funds, and the planning funds is $1.25 million. The application that I mentioned that we are submitting today or today is to be able to secure those funds to do the planning phase.
Okay, very well. Also, let's speak to the ACP program, the Affordable Connectivity Program. And I know you spoke to not all of the ISPs are participating. How can we encourage them to participate?
The strategy that we have at the moment is that once we run fiber to the most vulnerable of our population, and we're going to the ACP program. Our encouragement is that public housing get more involved with it. They're actually already telling their members that this program is available. So they're already doing a good job of marketing this program. But the thing is that the FCC, the Department of Treasury has allowed the ISPs and the telecommunications companies to administer this program. We want to help them administer this program more thoroughly by running fiber to places and then put this program on top of it.
Okay, let me actually, because I know in my reading, it appears that there are certain aspects of the program that communities are not eligible for. If they're already participating in arrangements or agreements with the federal government to provide broadband services, but how does the Connect USVI program impact on the territory's eligibility for the MMI program?
That program was a competition between VIA and Broadband VI, and Broadband VI won that competition. Now it's Liberty. And they could come to us if they wanted to, or we'll have discussions around this, that part of their infrastructure costs could be defrayed with the middle mile program. But my understanding is that they're going to make that investment themselves.
That's your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Let me ask, when it comes to viNGN, what other challenges would you say your agency faces, or you have challenges with, or other areas?
Just in a general sense, or more specific?
General.
I think that the biggest challenge we have is the upgrade of our communication infrastructure. That's the most significant thing.
Okay, and that's why you stated what you stated on the record. If you do not replace it, what's going to happen?
Yeah, don't mean to be an alarmist. I'm not generally an alarmist, but it's the reality.
What about your capacity?
As in manpower?
Yes.
We have a very talented and capable crew, and very happy with our capacity. We have the capacity to administer these grants with our current staff, with a couple more here and there.
And finally, I know with all of these federal funds that's coming through the territory and the opportunities that we afforded as a result of them, I know for many years since you've been on board, you've been crying about the middle mile, etc., and what needs to be done. And finally, there's an opportunity to actually do what needs to be done that's going to impact generations moving forward. So I look forward to see what a plan looks like and to see the implementation of those plans. Colleagues, we're going to do one more round, 3-minute round. I'm going to start with
No, they can't do anything.
Senator Wilquez. 3 minutes, okay? 3-minute round. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CEO Adams, I'm on your website right now, and you mentioned that you had, I believe, 14 ISP.
I believe so, yes.
I'm only seeing 8, so you might want to update that on the website.
Okay.
One moment. I have a question, and I believe it derives from the Senate President when she was asking you a line of questioning concerning connecting the rest of the Caribbean. I understand that back in March, you attended the Interior's Office of Insular Affairs Territorial Climate Workshop.
Yeah.
And you elaborated on a project called Project Sailfish.
Yeah.
Is that what we're referencing when you spoke to the president?
Yeah, wow.
Okay, good. Can you elaborate on that for us a little bit so that we can understand what that is?
Okay. There's two initiatives that I've advocated to the Department of Insular Affairs, as well as with Congresswoman Plaskett, who's been a very big supporter on me with this idea. There's two projects. One is called Project Sailfish. Project Sailfish is to run undersea cables between Virginia Beach and New York to St. Croix, and then St. Croix through our undersea cable to St. Thomas and St. John. The second project is called Diaspora Link, and that is to extend those cables from St. Croix to Ghana and to Nigeria. Now, in the Diaspora Link, of course, there's a really important reason for that term for these undersea cables. My thought is that viNGN provides an opportunity for the globe to be able to be the center for internet connectivity. If you look at a broadband map of undersea cables,
1 minute.
there's 450 cables under the sea. 95% of all internet traffic in the world goes through these cables. And there is not a single cable that connects the continent of the United States to of North America to the continent of Africa. All the undersea cables to Africa go through a circuitous route to get there. I've been advocating through the Interior Department that it go through the Virgin Islands. Once it goes through the Virgin Islands, we can erect data centers and be involved with digital commerce on a global scale. If we're involved with global scale, the internet becomes effectively free here because we'll make enough money to not only to service our people, service our bond, and also make the U.S. Virgin Islands a destination for e-commerce businesses.
Thank you for that answer, and that puts the Virgin Islands at the pulse of the technological advancements between North America and South America. And I'm hoping that we see that vision in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Adams, for your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Boquist, for your line of questioning. And Mr. Adams, don't we have a data center right now on St. Croix already also?
Yes, we do have private center data centers.
Okay, very well. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I basically really and truly just need to know when I hear that viNGN has some of the fastest speeds in the world. As a Virgin Island, I stick my chest up. It makes me proud to hear that, but I'm not seeing it for where the average person can say, "Hey, and we talking about viNGN for years. viNGN didn't just come up last year; they're around for some years. So for the local Virgin Islander to not have these speeds and stuff, have to go through VIA, have to go through Liberty, have to go through Tom, Dick, Harry, is, it may sound like we are attacking, but for me, it's confusing. How does the average Virgin Islander get these services when I'm going to tell anybody coming from the States, hey, my chest up in the air, we proud to have viNGN, we got the fastest speed, but we can't have it here in the territory. That's the crust of the puzzle to me as the local Virgin Islander, the representative, for the average person to be so proud of viNGN. How does viNGN deliver to that average Virgin Islander? If you could put that out for me and make the public understand, I think you have accomplished your mission for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
viNGN is not a mile carrier, so we can't touch the Virgin Islanders with services like that. How we are trying to do that is through our Wi-Fi initiative. Our Wi-Fi initiative of providing 100 megabytes up and down is sufficient for most people. And we believe that if we're successful in that job, that most Virgin Islanders will be able to walk with their chest out, because they'll be able to walk into any park and be able to get on the internet, or any beach, be able to get onto the internet with fast, reliable speeds. That's how we're doing it. But we cannot charge for that like an ISP because our charter does not allow us to be a last mile carrier.
And that's a federal charter that
No.
determines that?
It's a local. It's local.
So can this body change that by law?
I don't know.
Well, you could look into that for me, and through the chair, you could deliver that to me because I'm saying that if it's local, we
I
could fix
think
it.
I think actually the PFA and the executive branch would have to make that decision. My understanding.
And that's the person who have you as the director of the viNGN's office, the broadband's office. So it shouldn't be a no-brainer at all.
Well, I report. I want to be clear here. I report. I report to a board, and my chairman of the board has quite a sway.
Okay, we could look at that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graf. Of course, we can do anything, but we'll never do something like that because we will be saying the likes of VIA and others, we don't want to have them here. The employees have to go home, etc. I can't see us ever doing that. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory. Mike, Senator Fred Gregory, Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to be very careful what we ask for on the Senate floor. We are having conversations about taking or causing businesses in this territory to go under, because that's basically what we're saying. If we were to move legislation, which I don't think that we can, move legislation to, in fact, allow viNGN to manage ISPs, and we say we're sending home the ISPs, and that in sending home ISPs, we're sending home people. We are actually canceling small businesses, not only the VIAs of the world, but we are also canceling small businesses. So we need to be mindful of that. I mean, sometimes we really don't understand some of what these conversations are, but that one is something that I definitely cannot support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Graf, you recognize for your point of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At no point that am I saying that. I'm saying based on the way we have it structured now, presently, the Virgin Islander who wants to put his chest up in the air can't because of what we're seeing. I'm not saying to phase out anyone, but the way the structure is presently, it's almost null and void to be able to say these kind of things. The speed so fast, and we can't. So it's not to null and void, remove anyone. We have a structure as it exists now, with everybody have a piece of the pie, but the little man isn't getting it. That's what I'm getting at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarification, Senator. Senator Viala, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That leads to the question, and I'll use the legislature as an example. If we have fiber coming to this building, what is really the issue in reference to the ISP being able to provide the type of service that you're speaking to? What's the issue?
The issue is whatever the service plan that the legislature has purchased through the ISP. Your ISP is BIT. So this is an issue of both equipment and the service plan that you have with BIT.
Okay, so it's internal to the institution?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have the capacity, but we just haven't used it?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, my mind is running now. Are we actually using Bureau of Information Technology here? SmartNet? Okay. So how does the government of the Virgin Islands make sure that the capacity is utilized by the ISPs?
I'm sorry, Senator, I was distracted.
How does the government of the Virgin Islands devise a plan to make sure that we're getting the best service possible for a reasonable price?
That's a tricky question for me because we don't, we don't provide services and we don't provide end user services. All we can do is provide the middle mile connectivity and try to drive prices down. I'm centrally focused on trying to help the ISPs by providing better wholesale pricing.
That is why I asked a question about the $10.8 million. Specifically because if there's a plan to try to supplement, to allow the Virgin Islands to have faster, speedier service or to reduce prices, but you provide that service and the ISPs don't reduce costs or allow individuals to afford the faster service, then it's all done in vain. So I'm trying to see, well, if we're going to get 1 gig to a home, I mean, how can we get that for the price that we're paying now? Because viNGN is providing a service that is supposed to reduce costs to the homeowner.
Right. I actually, pardon me, because I think I actually now understand one of your earlier questions more clearly now. Okay, so the ARPA program, the $10.8 million that you were focused on earlier, that is really for infrastructure. But part of your original question that I think I didn't really address is that in the ARPA funds, monies could be used for to subsidize. We have not chosen to go that path. That is not for viNGNs. That is for the administration to decide how they want to spend the monies. I raised my hand and asked for monies to be able to upgrade our equipment and to further the expansion of Wi-Fi in the community. Monies could be used for subsidization, as you previously mentioned. I didn't get that part. I just got it now.
Okay, and the reason, Mr. Chair, the reason why I'm asking this, right? You have access to the 10.8. Liberty has access to $84 million. So at the end of the day, after receiving all of these federal funds, if we're still paying the same thing and getting the same service, then to me, it just doesn't make sense. How do we have these conduits coming into St. Croix, but the whole island is not receiving, 90% of the island is not receiving the speeds that they should receive? We have a middle mile with AT&T did. We have viNGN, and we have a next one. What's the next one?
And VIA. They have a middle mile as well.
VIA. So we have 3 separate middle mile conduits coming in, but the service to the homes limited. I was just on the computer, and as I walked down the step, I lost everything. And then I was going to my office. Yeah, and again, the same little. But how do we, as an island or the Virgin Islands that have these cables running into the Virgin Islands, running through St. Croix, that we're actually proposing sailfish and the connectivity of Africa, how do we provide better connectivity here to the homes and businesses so that we could say, well, because of the conduit coming into the Virgin Islands, we have really, really good service. We can bring additional businesses here, et cetera. How do we accomplish that? What do we need? A summit with ISPs? Do we need some rules of engagement for ISPs that if you're using viNGN that you must provide X, Y, and Z?
All of those we could do that. We could do that. That would be a priority that viNGN board would have to take up if that's what the board was to do. My charge from the board right now, it has been to be able to.
You're doing your job, though. I know your charge is, so you're doing your part. But I am talking overall about the board making decisions that are going to impact and change the way that we function. Well, what people are saying is, okay, after I spend all of this money, you give a contractor $100,000 to renovate your house, and your house looks the exact same. you can't see where the money went. So if I'm giving $100,000, I want to see all the windows were fixed, new paint, new this, new that. So if I'm giving almost $100 million in federal funds coming through these islands in the next couple of years to provide better connectivity, et cetera, we need to be able to structure what we're doing in reference to selling them service or what they're providing to the Virgin Islands to make sure that homeowners and businesses have better service. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Villalobos. Sean.
I actually like to give you, Senator, I'd like to give an example of what we're trying to do to address the core issues that you're talking of. You know, viNGN can only go so far with the middle. I mean, we can't do the last mile. That's not what we're going to do. But, you know, I live in St. Croix. I'm proud to live there. And one of the things that you can do now today that you couldn't do 2 months ago is you can go to Kramer's Beach, walk up and down that beach, and have internet access 100 megs up and down. You can do that today. You couldn't do that a couple months ago. So that is the pride of what we're trying to do is it's like, we want to support the ISPs. We're all about the ISPs. Those are our customers, right? Those are our partners. We do not want to harm them, but we want to be able to do things that is not financially fruitful for them to do. It's not financially beneficial to the ISPs to go and make Kramer's Park hotspots. They get nothing out of that. That's the role of government. So our role is to be able to go where they're not, support them, but don't hurt them. So we don't want to do harm to them.
Thank you for that. But with that being said, have you done an assessment to see where other areas in terms of like that example exists and how you can assist? Have you done an assessment thus far for all of the islands, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix?
Yes, we have a hierarchy system of how we're going about where we're putting Wi-Fi. So if there's a public domain area, that's where Wi-Fi is going. And we're trying to hit as many spots. You know, we have our own list. We only can get to so many of them. People tell us and we add them. Senators have told us, hey, put this on a list. We put it on the list. So we got a pretty extensive list. It'll take us years to get through it.
Very well. Let me ask you about the BEAD program. The guidelines require that state provides matching funds, but also provide an ARPA and disaster recovery fund, which can be utilized to meet the match requirements. So what is the amount for our territory in terms of the match requirement?
Those are optional under the middle mile part of the NTIA program. In the BEAD itself, there is no match. In the BEAD program, the $24 million is actually guaranteed, and there is no match.
That's good news. Okay, great. Well, that takes care of that. Colleagues, are there any other burning questions from anyone? Senator Fred Gregory, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, are you putting Wi-Fi in the parks?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. The aerial, I know that when viNGN initially was built out, there's some aerial lines that you still have. Is any of this funding going to upgrade that from aerial to fiber?
Yes, we will. On the composite poles that WAPA is running, we will most of our fiber that's aerial has already been transferred to WAPA's poles, but new poles to new areas to extend our network, we will put them on poles and not in the ground.
So then I asked it the wrong way then. Because you didn't respond to what I asked. So you're putting them on poles and not in the ground.
Yes, because it's cheaper and faster. And our understanding from WAPA and from FEMA is that the mitigation of our resiliency of our network would be better to put them on the composite poles.
I see. So let me ask you then. So in an area like the Frenchman's Bay area, where I think a lot of that is aerial, but they're looking to go on the ground in on the main roadway there. How is that going to look?
If there's WAPA conduit, we will go in the conduit. Okay. Where there is not WAPA conduit, we'll go on the poles.
Okay, and one last question. So you talked about the PTC, the Public Technology Centers, correct?
Yes.
So the Public Technology Centers are centers that you are you are going to establish relationships, partnership, etc., with nonprofits. Was I clear on that?
Yes.
Okay, so nonprofits, and the funding for this is coming from where? Just for
That will be coming
clarification.
from the digital equity part of the BEAD program. That's
And
nestled into it.
That's the one that's funded by how much?
That program has $7 million in it.
It's already awarded, or you applied for $7 million?
That's going to be that's part of the $24 million. No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. There's $24 million for the BEAD program. There's $7 million for the digital equity program, and that's where that lies.
So that's where the PTC lies.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's inclusive of that with the nonprofits? Is it computers? Is it what is that?
Anything
what is that going to look like?
Whatever they tell us it want to look like. I don't mean to be flip.
No, I understand what you're saying.
But this is where we have a framework like the slide 10 that I put it forth is
I have
all
it.
these types of things. That's what we're suggesting to give them ideas to think. If they
Understood.
come back and say all we want is just computer training, then that's what it'll be.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap up because I know that we're not really on time on this one, but I'm going to wrap up. So is there a period, an application period? Is there a process? What's that going to
Yes,
look
the
like?
process is once we get our planning dollars, we will our $1.25 million for planning. Part of our roadshow is to go out and talk to the community, and they'll give us ideas, and then we fashion that into a program to sell it to the NTIA. They bless it. We get the monies. We give it to the nonprofit.
And what is your timeline look around that? And that's my last question.
Our planning will be over the next 6 to 8 months.
Okay. That's exciting news.
Yeah, it is.
Very
Yeah.
exciting news. I think that it helps us with our digital literacy. It helps us with some of the programs that you talked about around seniors. I mean, just overall, it's a good program if we could really get it off the ground. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and I'm definitely going to follow up on that particular part of the conversation with you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I also am excited to hear that, but my question is, the non-for-profit organization you're going to be reaching out to, what type of non-for-profit organization are you going to be reaching out to? Do they need any type of expertise in the organization, or is it just going to be non-for-profit? Whereas, how would that look? How would that look?
We'll put out a call for solicitation of ideas. It could be an organization like My Brother's Workshop that has we hope that they apply because they would be an ideal candidate to partner with, or it could be somebody who's a couple of young people who say, I really want to change. I want to provide training for my neighborhood. They could apply too. So it's going to be wide open. We're still working through how we're going to implement that program. But of the I want to be clear about this. Of the $7 million that's in that digital equity plan, viNGN will keep zero amount of that.
I appreciate that, and I'm happy you're opening the doors where there'll be opportunity for many individuals and organizations. So I appreciate that. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your. I guess you were not here, so I'll give you 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Adams, to follow up on the line of questioning around digital literacy, and one of the things that, so I just wanted to get an understanding. We're heading into the new school year, and without question, you and I have had these discussions offline, and I do hope that we can collectively actually chair, others on this committee, and non-committee members, we can work together because it's going to take a collective part. What curriculum support, what have you already offered in your collaboration with Department of Education so that we can achieve the digital literacy goals? And I express this because in a lot of work that I've also been doing in this space, I've been engaging over this matter, and what I do get from Liberty is that they've been making the outreach and trying to get to the bottom of the digital literacy grant.
One of the things that we're doing with Microsoft is there's a program that we hope to work with the Department of Education this fall. It's called TEALS. And TEALS program is a Microsoft, TEALS is a Microsoft program that provides curriculum development and personnel and partnerships with other other nonprofit organizations to close the digital divide through STEM education and STEM education programs. So we have partnered with them with our IO Academy to do that. So that will be the first program that we will do. And depending on how that goes, we'll model our community-based programs based upon that. But that's all centered on education. Education does have a seat at the table, and we're in collaboration with Microsoft and programs that they've done in other jurisdictions throughout the country.
And what is the timeline on that?
Our $4 million STEM.
1 minute.
We have a $4 million grant, and we're trying to figure out the source of that. And then we hope to do that it will be this fall, this school year. I believe the last I inquired about this, it was September.
And the question I heard, do you believe, just in your work, that you've also, with your background in jurisdictions you've worked in, one of the things I have pushed to legislate is the requirement of the teaching of information technology. I'm still trying to get my close support to and then measure back again. But how important do you think it is for us to perhaps legislate the teaching of information technology in our schools?
I think that STEM should be central to any education system, and if we're not, we're doing a disservice to our children.
Thank you, thank you for your responses. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. And in closing, Mr. Adams, in reading more about the eligibility, it basically seemed like every family is eligible because once you have a child in a district that gives free school lunch, etc., you're eligible. So it's wide. The scope is wide in terms of eligibility, which is good for us, our territory, our community. I will give you a half hour to do a wrap-up statement before we close out.
Okay. I think there's two messages that I'd like to wrap up with. One is an ISP message, and that is to, I asked for this testimony today without the ISP, just by myself, and I appreciate you granting that. The reason for that is because I'm coming to this committee as the Office of the Broadband and the Broadband Office, and I wanted to share with the public what we're doing to put federal dollars to work to widen broadband accessibility in the territory. Our ISP partners are integral to that, and we plan to work with them as well as with any nonprofit organization that has some ideas about broadband in the territory so that we have a very inclusive plan. And we want to be ahead of all the states to be able to take advantage and make the Virgin Islands a shining example for the rest of the nation.
Thank you for that. And I want to thank you for your responses. There were several requests made that we will send to you in writing so you can respond back to us through my office. I can share it with my colleagues. But I think we had a very robust discussion today, and I pray that viNGN gets all of the federal funds and utilizes every penny in order to assist the people here in the territory. Also, I would like to see some type of affordability in terms of our constituent, our people. They should be getting some type of benefit also from these millions of dollars. With all this new equipment and all this new service, they should be able to also reap the benefit of those federal funds. But nonetheless, again, I want to thank you and your team. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.
Okay. Oh.